I still feel. I focus on the pain, the only thing that's real. The needle tears a hole, the old familiar sting. Try to kill it all away, but I remember everything. I hurt myself today to see if I still feel. I focus on the pain, the only thing that's real. The needle.
Outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. How dare you have weapons in your stash that you don't use? What a waste. And we're gonna fix it. Are you with me? And we're live. What is going on, Bandito? This is Thursday, September 1, 10:04 in the AM. Coming in from the West Coast. That's Portland, Oregon. That's where I'm streaming from. Where are you? And what we're going to be streaming on today is some of these unused weapons. And when I mean unused, I mean like unused. All right? I'm not talking about like the police or, you know, something like the Manic or anything like that. I'm talking like way unused. We're going to go deep into your stash and dig out those weapons that I know you have and unfortunately do not use, but can they be any good? That is the question. And I'm thinking maybe. Zafar, you're from India? Right on, bro. Hey, we need more people from India playing the Division 2, that's for sure. I love to see those places on the far edge of our map. Like India, we had somebody the other day from Poland, which was awesome. Anybody else? We got people coming in from Thailand. Love that. It's very far away from where I am. Virginia, sick gamers in Virginia. Akbo 100, I didn't know you were in Alaska. Right on. So we're sort of close to each other. There's a long ice highway between you and me. Coming up from Portland. Cody's from South Carolina. Texas. Manny B from Texas. A lot of Texans. How many Texans do we have in the house? That's what I gotta know. Texans, they love their guns. They love them big guns. What up? Simon Taylor, what's going on? Bennett's from Nigeria? There we go. That's another one. Love to see that. Right on. Welcome to those from Nigeria. Bring more of your homies. Black Point from Germany. Right on. A lot of people in Germany play this game. Love that. What up, Braylon? Breed love. T-Money. Woofer, you're from Denmark. You guys know how many people up there in the north are playing this game? So many. We have a lot of... Well, Denmark's... I think we have quite a few people from Denmark. Reaper's from Oklahoma. Reaper, I thought you were from somewhere else. I don't know why. Oklahoma, right on. Ali, Norway. Right on. Lots of Norwegians. Lots of Dutch, too. We have channels on our Discord dedicated to Dutch. That's how many people from Dutchlandia are in this game. Commander, New York, all right. Yeah, sorry, I'm spending some time on this country thing here. I love to see where you guys are from. It's really cool. Also in these morning streams, or it's morning in my time, of course, we get some crossover time zone stuff happening here. Scott's from Scotland. Love it. I don't know if I knew that, Scott's. Malignant Libra DR. What's DR stand for? I'm not sure I know that. What's DR stand for? Well, Miss New 914 from New York. I could have guessed. Right on, though. Right on. Okay, so we are talking about crazy weapons. They're not that crazy, but good weapons. I think they're gonna be good, guys. Okay, let's get into what we're talking about here. All right, let's jump into this rabbit hole and see how deep it goes. Dominican Republic. Thank you, Grumpy. Gotcha. Dominican Republic. All right, right on. What language do they speak in the Dominican? Is that That's Spanish. That's right. I've met people from the Dominican Republic. That's right. That's Spanish, isn't it? That's right. I had a friend when I was living in Argentina. It was a girl. She was from the Dominican. Beautiful people. Beautiful people. All right, so the weapons. So we're talking specifically about weapons right now. Okay, these are gonna be about weapons, and we're gonna try making some kind of cool builds about them. All right, so this is it's sort of a stash space issue, right? So one of the things is like when you hop into your specializations, you've all done this. I know you're like me, okay? And then we suffer from this plague of these unused pieces. So when you go into your specialization, you have these exclusive pistols. Right now they're exclusive. This might be fixed in whenever they deliver that update for us for specializations, right? But right now they're really tied to your specialization. So, but we've all done this. We were all like, okay, we want to fill out our tree. We got all our points. Let's fill this thing up, and we unlock these pistols. Okay. Now, what that does is it gives you that name. Basically, it's a named pistol, or it's a special pistol. They're not always named, but sort of. They're kind of like a named pistol. Anyways, so here's the one that comes with gunner, right? So it's the P320x Compact. It comes with pistol damage at 11.6, which is kind of a weird number. 5% damage to armor, and then perfect preservation, which is an amazing talent, right? That's like the Emmeline's Guard. So killing an enemy repairs 12% armor over 5 seconds. Headshot kills improve the repair by an additional 12. That's 24%. And on pistols, we're going for the head a lot too. So this gun is giving you 24% armor on kill, which is great, right? And it's actually not that bad. 150,000 total damage, 380 RPM. The other day we were playing with the card, and we were pretty impressed with that. This one's got a higher RPM and basically the same, a little lower weapon damage. So, and it's gonna have more in the mag too, right? I haven't put the attachments on, but let's just go ahead and put the mag one on. So plus 11 rounds. I mean, that's 26 in the mag. So that's actually pretty comparable if you think about it. So 26 versus 18, and that what is that, about 60 or so thousand weapon damage less. So that's really amazing. So I think that like some of these pistols can be good. Now this isn't the only one. So, okay, let's talk about the problem before we look at the others. So one of the problems is if I go in here, all right, and take away these points. So if I respec this element, I can't get rid of that pistol. It's gonna, so switch my pistol, but it's still here. Now I can't use it. Okay, I can't equip it because I just took off the points off of my skill tree. But I have just plagued my stash space. Okay, so it is stuck in my stash forever. And so if I'm not going to use this pistol, I just plagued my stash space. We only have 300 slots, so that fucking hurts. And let me tell you, look at this, how bad it is. I don't know how this happened, but it happened. So I got 2 Deseros. I got 4 characters, so it could be worse. I probably have some on another character. I got to go retrieve them. I got 2 Deseros, the 2 Maxims. I got the couple of sharpshooters. You see that? The survivalists, a couple of fire starters. I can't get rid of these because once I unlock them, they're stuck, right? Now, some of these are really good, so we're gonna try to make builds around all of these, but some of these are really good, guys. Like the fire starter, this one's amazing. It's amazing. So basically what it does, it gives you these primer rounds, so damage enemies with 50% burn resistance for 5 seconds. Whoa. So that, just think about it in the other way. 50% burn resistance for 5 seconds, right? Maybe, I don't know if you can look at it this way exactly, but just as an example, maybe that makes your burn damage 50% stronger, right? If you look at it that way. So, but you know, it takes away their burn resistance. So essentially they die faster, right? So in the survivalist gives you perfect status, 25% weapon damage to bleeding enemies. So that's basically what gun has perfect? Oh, the LMG, whatever that one's called, that has perfect status. So it's like basically like that. Then the sharpshooter has perfect unwavering. So swapping through those weapon gets 400% weapon handling for 5 seconds, and this one's got this crazy like high RPM. So we'll try that one. This is gonna be kind of tough because its weapon damage is so low. That's basically like the Bullet King weapon damage. It's really close to that. And then the Maxim is perfect spike at 25% skill damage for 15 seconds, so headshots. So great for skill builds, right? The tough one is like, well, that's the tough one to compete with. That is the TDI card, which is also going to give you a skill tier. So that's some competition. So we'd have to make that one make sense, right? And then we got this Deseros with perfect Optimus, which is like the F2, the named F2000, the shield splinterer, right? So, but now this one's on a pistol. So that's going to make this one strong. It's also got some stability and pistol damage. I mean, I wish I had damage to targets on cover or something like that, but we're going to give this one a try. And what's that's basically the D50, right? It's like this D50. Where's my D50? So let me equip this one real quick. Or I can't right now because, you know, you got to have it. So spec'd out the survivalist D50. Where's my regular D50? Hello? Regular D50, where are you? Not there. Where's my regular D50? The hell? I am on my main character, right? I always have my D50. Oh, there it is. They all look the same at some point, I guess. Okay, I see. I was in my stash. Okay, so if we compare the two, so I have the D50 equipped on the right. So the Deseros special. Oh, that's a Deseros. What am I thinking? Okay, yeah. It says it right there in the name, the Deseros. So the Deseros is actually one of my favorite pistols in the game. So let me go ahead and move to inventory, my regular Deseros replica. Deseros is actually really cool, guys. It's one of my favorite pistols in the game. And so where'd you go? There we go. So 350, so about the same damage. It's actually a little bit lower. I don't know why they would do that. Why would they give you 11.6% pistol damage? That's weird. And you can't change it. Right? And then they give you stability. That's sort of weird. But we get perfect Optimus, so it's going to be strong. As you put out shots. So 4% for every 10% ammo missing. And you're only gonna have 6 shots, so that's gonna happen pretty quick. You're gonna peak out pretty quick, and then you're gonna cycle through every 1.2 seconds. I get it. That's actually gonna be a really good weapon. The reason why is because you're gonna cycle through, so you're gonna peak it out on obviously on your last round. The last 2 rounds are gonna be really strong, but you only got 6 shots, so you're gonna cycle through that Optimus really fast, right? Versus having to go through a full mag of 50 or something like that, right? 1.2 second reload, which is pretty good. Anyways. Okay, so today we're gonna start with, it does count towards the inventory space, I'm pretty sure. I mean, I can't be sure because I can't fucking delete one, but it's here. You know what I mean? Let's try it, Like, it will tell you right here. So the sidearms are at 250. If I can move one over, it should drop, right? Or they don't. Did we just learn I just learned something fucking new. Who was that said that? This is Sparta. This is Sparta's right. This whole time, I was so irritated by that. Oh my God, I literally, mind blown. I need a mind blown animation here. My mind is fucking blown. This is Sparta. That's amazing. He's right. So look at my inventory did not climb, and I just brought in 2 more pistols. Look at our stash. It's at 250. All right. So let's go to our inventory. Let's push those back, and watch my inventory not move, and neither does my stash. Mind fucking blown. That's insane, bro. I never do that. I was literally going, these things suck. I got 10 fucking of the same weapon. I can't get rid of it. Like, look at these. I got like 2 Desceros. It's not even all of them. I'm sure my other characters have more. You know what I mean? Oh my God, that makes me so fucking happy. All of a sudden it did go up by 1 though. Oh, it's because I moved something. I must have moved something else too. That's right. So anyways, we're gonna look at some of those too, but we're also gonna look at some of these other ones too, like Perfect Salvage. So I thought this would be a good time to go through these. No, you didn't spoil the purpose of stream. No, we need to make sure these weapons are good. So the whole fact that they plague your stash, but this is it still applies. Like, how dare you have weapons in your stash that you don't use? But they don't take up any space. So let me rephrase that. They don't take up any space. Yeah, just clutter shit up. That's all. So, we're also gonna look at the lightning rod. This isn't one of those. It's not one of the specialization ones, but and a few others. So what I want to look at here? Why are we going through this? I feel like this is crazy timing. Like, it's good timing to go through these because we're gonna get that new pistol, the Busy Bee, right? The new exotic pistol. And so it's an exotic. These are non-exotics, but some of these builds kind of could cross over to what the Busy Bee does. Because the Busy Bee is a talent thing, and you know, transfer some new talents over, blah 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 blah. You know, whatever. It's confusing and it's new, so much to come there. And so, but these are the Busy Bee's competition, essentially, right? Any pistol that's a new thing. We got the D50, the Regulus. We've seen a lot of D50 Regulus stuff, so I'm not going to go into those too much today. Maybe a little bit into D50, not so much the Regulus, but those will be the competitors. Because one of them will be, well, why don't we just use the Regulus? Well, for a lot of you, the answer is, well, I don't have the fucking Regulus. So I get it. Gotcha. Point taken. So that's why the Liberty is going to come in and play a role. But I know so many people don't have the Regulus. So that's not always going to be the alternative for you, right? So anyways, but the other day we were making builds for whatever, and I came across the P320x Compact, and I was like, you know what? I forgot this weapon even existed. Like, literally forgot. And I was like, that's actually really good. And I think we were working on that. Let's go ahead and put this back on. So in order to use it, you got to be in the specialization. You got to have the specialization equipped, and then you got to have this fully loaded out. So now we can use it. So I haven't really, it's really hard to tell which one belongs to which character. So I don't know if this is actually for my main character. Was it earned for this character? Or was it earned on one of my secondary characters? I don't know. And that could be an issue. So like same thing with these other ones. Like, I have multiple ones. So we'll figure that out later. But when I put on the wrong Desceros, maybe this Desceros is for another character. Will I still be able to use it on this character? And same with this one. I'm guessing probably, but I don't know for sure. So we'll see. No, Timani, I didn't. Did they put out the notes yet? Looking to see if they put out new PTS notes, patch notes. I see there's 2 hours ago. Oh yeah, I see. No, I think these are new notes. Hey, actually, let's shift, guys. You guys mind if we shift topic? Because these notes are fresh. They're 2 hours old. They're 2 hour note. The notes are 2 hours old. Give me about 2 or 3 minutes to reconfigure the stream so that I can post the notes right here in the window. It only takes me a couple minutes, so give me a second. All right, there's a new note. So give me just a second. And we'll get started on these. Very good stuff. Sorry, I'm changing the title of the streams because we're about to. It's gonna take us a few minutes to get through this for sure. As people enter, I don't want them to be confused. You can come in here and be like, I thought we were gonna work on these crazy builds. We will. We're gonna jump back to that, but we're pivoting here. Okay, one more minute. I gotta. Yay, PTS new nodes. All right, I'm ready. If you're ready, I'm ready. All right, so these are just came out. So it's Thursday, the September 11th. So these came out about 2 hours ago. So let's take a look. So these are patch notes. So basically this, they'll tell us when they're gonna kick it off, but PTS phase 2 is right here. It's scheduled to go live on Friday, September 2nd. So we knew that already, so cool. Approximately 1300 CST. Right on, so gear. So a lot of people, Brazos de Arquebus. Has anybody figured out what language that is? I have a feeling it's Italian, but I haven't figured that out for sure. So gear brand set name change. Oh, there we go. Instead of Arquebus Brazos to Brazos de Arquebus. There it is. It must be Italian or Spanish or could possibly be Portuguese. Yeah, so that's a grammar correction. So it's not because I feel like it, but it was a grammar. So hugs de Brazos usually means hugs of Arquebus. I don't know what Arquebus is. That's a weird name. So it changed 3-piece set bonus reward from 20% ammo capacity to 20%. Ooh, amazing. Big change, guys. A magazine size increase. That's effing huge. That's really huge, guys. We were talking about that. I was like, when it first came out, I was like, this is huge change, guys. That's big. That's big. I was like, ammo capacity. I was like, I never care about ammo capacity. I just don't. I mean, there are a few weapons that could use it. I was like, but, you know, it's just not worth speccing into your build. You know what I mean? I was like, it's just not worth it. I'd rather just go to the ammo crate and pick it up or go pick up ammo laying around on the killing field, right? Now, magazine size is amazing, though. So that's absolutely amazing. So I think that's just more DPS, right? That's more DPS because it's cutting out, it's less reloads, right? So I don't know how I feel about the 20%. Maybe that's good. Maybe it's not so great. We'll see. But that's better than ammo capacity. They just added DPS to that set. So great. Talent name changed from Perfected Overclock to Perfect Overclock. Okay, who cares? So buffed, they buffed the talent. Good, because Overclock fucking sucks. So allies within 50 meters of player deployed skills again gain 30% reload speed and reduce their active cooldowns by 0.6 seconds. Okay. So, all right. I still don't know if I like that talent, but okay. Added a new brown logo. Here we go. Here it is. The Picasso's holster. Looks like they nerfed it. Okay, so they removed the 20% weapon damage bonus from the attributes. Okay, so it was an extra core basically. And instead, Picaro's holster will now provide a 20% weapon damage perfect core attribute and roll normally 2 random attributes. That sucks. That sucks. So basically, you're going to get 5% more weapon damage. What do you think about that? I mean, for me, yeah, Grumpy says Grumpy's got a good point. That's just basically a walker holster, right? Isn't that all that is? That's just a walker. That's just a walker, right? Because Walker and Harris gives you 5% weapon damage, and then a red core gives you 15. So obviously you're getting like a skill tier with this one too, though, right? Aren't you? You're getting the skill tier. No, you're not. Well, you can. You get the skill haste. One piece of skill haste, the second one's a skill. Yeah, they always do that. They just kind of nerfed it into the ground. Like, like I don't know if I'd run that piece for an extra 5% weapon. You know what I mean? I mean, maybe. I don't know. We'll have to see. But definitely doesn't make it best in slot at all. So, good job, everybody that was saying it's too strong and needs a nerf. Now I'm not going to fucking use it. You know, typical Division 2 nerfing right there. Now nobody's gonna use it. That's too much, man. It's just too much. It's typical, you know? The devs fucking listened. Everybody was going up there in the PTS saying it needed to be nerfed. Because they were saying, well, it's so strong. Why would you run anything else in that holster? Well, there's lots of reasons to go outside of nerf, right? There's lots of reasons. I mean, outside of best in slot for a DPS build or whatever. You know what I mean? I mean, if you're running something for like hazard protection and you want max hazard protection, or you need bleed resistance, or you need armor on kill and you need 2 pieces of bellstone, you know what I mean? There's lots of reasons why that best in slot can be replaced. There's lots of times I don't run Fox's Prayer because I need that slot back, right? I need it. You know, there's lots of, because I'd rather have this than the 8% damage. We do the testing. I go into the lab and be like, okay, what does the 8% damage to armor, or 8% damage to target side of cover give me? It gives me, you know, like 100,000 extra damage. Is that the difference between life and death? No. Is that giving me a faster time to kill? Not that I can fucking tell, right? It's not. So I was like, the knee pads don't work for this build. It's not providing enough value. That's not for every build. I can't say that for, but for many builds I can. Right? And so that's why that build was, that piece never needed to be nerfed. There's only one build where it would maintain and stay best in slot and never change, and that's your all red standard contractor's gloves, Fox's Prayer knee pads. You know, what's the other one? The coyote mask, vigilance on your backpack, probably a Grupo, and then Cheska with glass cannon on your chest, and then that would have been your holster, right? That would have been your holster, but not anymore. Not anymore, because you don't need that 20% weapon damage. That extra 5% weapon damage is not that great because it's giving you a skill tier. You know, you rather probably an improvised piece might even be better, or Fox's Prayer. Wouldn't Foxes give you more? Because Foxes would give you 10% weapon damage plus the 15. So Foxes is now stronger than this piece. And you're like, oh yeah, but you're gonna get the skill haste. I don't need skill haste. I'm not running a skill. I'm running a Coyote's mask in my fucking M1A. I'm not even running a skill. I mean, you're always running a skill, but I don't care about that skill haste. It's not keeping me alive, my skills. You know what I mean? That's a lame. That makes that holster fucking lame. I'm still gonna use it. I'm still gonna make a build for it, but sort of. Yeah, it is, Reaper. It is. It's lazy programming, but I don't know. I think they listened to the wrong people. That was one of the loudest pieces. So there was two pieces that, I mean, like the other gear might as well have not existed, because the only thing I kept hearing everybody crying wolf about was this one. This one and the lefty shotgun. There's the only two pieces you heard everybody saying. So we haven't got to the shotgun. I guarantee by the time we get to it, that was nerfed all the fuck world too, right? That pisses me off because that's all they talked about. The skills, crying wolves, and the kamikazes, and everybody. They were all talking about just the holsters and whatever because they were in the PTS testing them. They're like, this needs a nerf. Like, fuck. Don't do that. Don't do that. We need something that gives us that. I saw it differently. I did see it different, and I'm being extreme here. So, but like what I'm saying is like, I listened to what they said about it being nerfed, and I listened to it being said about it's possibly. The problem is that it takes away build diversity if it's going to be best in slot. But then I cycled it through all my builds in my head that I have, and I got thousands of builds, so that was a lot of cycling. Okay, so it's not something I just jumped to a conclusion on. I cycled through like 150 builds that I created in the last like 3 days, right? And I was like, no, it wouldn't be on that build. It wouldn't be on that build. It wouldn't be on that build. It wouldn't. So it's only the best in slot, and it only removes build diversity if you're one of those guys that runs the same build every single day. If you run the same build every single day, if you always go into PvP and you wear the same, adrenaline rush and the same contractor's gloves and fox's knee, but if you can't get away from that because you can't adjust your playstyle, if you can't run legendary without your M1A, then yes, this is going to remove build diversity from you, but it's also going to help you. So, yeah, but for me, for people that love making lots of builds, it's gonna add to our build diversity, not take away from it. It was gonna add. We'd be playing into the skill tier and in the trying to run a second piece somewhere and get that extra skill tier, right? And so, but now it's gonna be like, I don't even know if I want to use that that piece. maybe not. We'll see. But that was the piece I was most excited about. So, that was the most exciting piece out of everything for me. So to see it getting nerfed, I mean, I don't give a fuck about perfect overclock, So, I mean, I'll be surprised if anybody runs that. Hey everybody, have 30% reload speed on your skill build where you're not using a weapon at all. You know what I mean? Hey, let me run this perfect overclock talent so that my medic can have 30% reload speed and my tank, who's not using their weapons at all. You know what I mean? Who are barely using their weapons. Everybody uses their weapons. But you know what I mean? There's so many use cases like that'll only work in a highly coordinated team. But if you're going to go in with a bunch of randos, I wouldn't run overclock. I don't know what build they're going to run. Maybe they got a gun with 1 second reload. Do they need a 30-second reload speed? I don't know. I haven't got to lefty yet. We'll see. I'm sure it's pretty bad. So, according to Google Translate, Brazos to Arquebus translate to arquebus arms, an arquebus being a 15th century long gun. Oh, right on, Lord Clint. Thank you for looking that up. Okay. So lame. All right, moving on. Otherwise, we're going to have a bad day. Umbra Initiative. Gear set. So it didn't look super hot, right? It looked kind of okay, but I don't know for sure until I get my hands on it because it was kind of borderline. So let's see. So based on our tests and player feedback, we conclude that the offensive bonus provided with the Umbra Initiative gear set wears out too fast for it to feel meaningful. To address this, we have decided to reduce the stack's attribution. Cool. So attribution meaning like it's wearing off, right? So they reduce the wear off. So while out of cover, agents loses 2 stacks instead of 4 per second at normal speed and 1 sec. So they cut it in half. The loss is down to in half. So it's kind of like what they did back in the day with Striker. So 2 stacks instead of 4. Okay, cool. So it'll last a little bit longer. All right. Into the light, we decided to boost the healing bonus provided with the Umbra Initiative. Increase armor regen from 0.5% to 0.8 basically when consumed. So, okay, cool. So stronger heals. Added in-game models for Umbra Initiative gear set on female body types. All right, good. I mean, great. Didn't know we didn't have that. Fix an issue where ongoing directive. So fix an issue where hollow point ammo will not give bonus damage to party members. Okay, cool. So ongoing directive has got some new shit coming. Basically, you now mark targets. So before they weren't being marked. And so when that enemy dies, it sounds like by you or an ally. So an ally can kill that enemy and everybody's going to get some sort of hollow point ammo. So you get full, they get half of your mag. So that's cool. It now becomes a party set. Great, great, great. So that's cool. They need to do that for Hunter's Fury too, right? When somebody kills your marked target, they get amp damage and you get amp damage. Wouldn't that be cool? Because Hunter's Fury has the same issue, right? So you're out there killing somebody and you're like, oh, I'm taking all this damage and all this pain, but it's worth it because I'm going to get amp damage and armor on kill. And then one of your friends comes walking by and says, oh, I'll help you out. Boop. They plug him and you're like, oh, man, you just took my armor on kill. Now I got to use an armor kit or I get killed because I'm now underpowered and under armored. So Hunter's Fury, can be looked at as weakened in a team scenario too, right? Like the Memento, like ongoing directive. Anything you run can be looked at that way almost, right? So Ditch boy, thanks for subbing, man. Appreciate that. I saw that. I see you sneaking in the sub, Ditch boy. Right on. Okay, so those are all small things, but that's good about the Umbra Initiative. I'm not sure that's enough though. About going back to the Umbra thing, I think that I don't know. I think that maybe like they could add another 10% crit chance. I was thinking about that. So basically, I think for the build, this is one of these builds that I have a feeling that it hasn't been thoroughly tested, okay? But I think this is one of these builds that could be played up like versatile. And so, like when you're in cover, you switch to like as an example, when you're in cover, you switch to your Pestilence. And you get this strong regen, which is going to allow you to throw out more Pestilence out there. And then you get out of cover and you switch to your your SMG. You know what I mean? And then try to make it so that you don't have to roll any crit damage on your build at all. And maybe kind of work off of what the perks that the set gives you. And so the question for that is 100% crit damage and RPMs enough? Maybe. It really just depends on the weapon that you're running, right? And if it's providing enough damage. But we know that RPMs are really strong in this game. I've run builds that are purely off of RPMs. So before they buffed Striker a long time ago, I ran a pure RPM weapon handling build. And it was so strong, it looked like I was running Glass Cannon, Contractor's Gloves, and Fox's Prayers. And I wasn't. Nor was I running the Coyote's Mask. But it looked like it. The time to kill was so fast. And it was just because I was landing my shots and I had a high RPM. And so I have a feeling this build can work like that too, except of course it comes with the crits on it already. But wouldn't it be cool if it provided you with enough crits where you didn't have to add any more, such as the backfire, right? What if it worked really well with the backfire, right? You went out there and you unloaded a mag really fast while you were running around, and then you got back into cover to reload, and you got the regen. Is that regen strong enough to heal you through the bleed, right? I don't know, but that could be an interesting little thing. Okay, so on to the strikers. So it sounds like we get some bad news here, right? Oh, yeah, I do referencing Heartbreaker. That is not a good sign, folks. I knew that because I was comparing Striker with Heartbreaker, right? And I was like, oh, why would they be inconsistent with how they treat Striker and Heartbreaker? Oh, this is not going to be good. With the addition of the Heartbreaker gear set in Season 9, Striker has lost its place as the pure offensive beast that it was designed to be. Additionally, the fix to make Heartbreaker stacks additive instead of multiplicative also needed to be applied to Striker for both sets to behave consistently. I called that! You heard me, I said that like a million times. I was like, that was inconsistent behavior from the devs. I'm not sure they're taking it the right direction at all, but I knew that Heartbreaker set was inconsistent. Also with the tank thing, let's see what they did there. Not being able to stack on tanks. We have taken this change into account in our rebalancing to make sure it doesn't result in a reduction of its damage bonus. So we have taken this change into account in our rebalancing to make sure it doesn't result in reduction of its damage bonus. Huh? Okay. All right. So change damage modifier from multiplicative to additive. Oh, ouch. Ouch. Oh, that hurts so bad. So bad. I'm muting my mic so I can cry a little bit. 1 second. Well, the good news is your 3-piece striker just had a reemergence. You know that age-old question, like it's really hard to run a 3-piece striker. Back in the day, 3-piece strikers were pretty popular, right? And that's because you didn't have a lot of incentive to run 4-piece striker because of that amp damage was hit or miss because of the way it was decaying, right? Now, because it just made it additive, it's just like, oh, you know, it's not that big of a deal to lose those stacks. You know, I'm just not going to worry about those stacks. I'm going to place that 4th piece with something else, whatever. It was not overpowered. I don't understand. It wasn't overpowered at all. You know what I mean? It was just right. And you're so squishy with this thing, right? There's hardly any play. There's no damage to. I mean, you're lucky if you got your 10% armor on kill. You know why they're doing this though, right? Because like, it's the same thing, right? So people were reviewing the Umbra set, the Umbra initiative, and people were saying, why would I run this over Striker? Why would I run this over Hunter's Fury? Why would I run? You see that? Now, Hunter's Fury, is not for everybody in the sense where you got to play inside 15. And so that's a good reason. This one doesn't require you to play inside 15, but you're probably going to because you got to run around, right? You got to get out of cover. And so, but either way, but the problem is all the feedback is like, it's all about this. This is all about Umbra Initiative. People were saying, why would I run Umbra Initiative over Striker? Why would I run it over Negotiators? Why would I run it over Heartbreaker and Hunter's Fury, right? And so this nerf, I have a feeling, is because of that feedback. Like, well, let's give them a reason. Let's weaken Striker, right? So they can't say that. Oh. So weapon hits. Let me pull up a Striker because I don't know. I'm gonna pull up Striker because see if that changed that real quick. I might have just put a Striker all on my other character, of course. Okay, here's a piece. So weapon hits amplify total weapon damage by 0.5%. That's what it says now. So they increased it. So weapon hits increase total weapon damage. So total weapon damage is good. We like to see this word total. Okay, so that total word is good. Weapon damage by 0.65%. So they increased this by 0.15%. And stacking up to 100 times. Wow. So right now it's 50 times. 2 stacks per loss per second between 0 to 50. Okay. So they've added, they complicated it, unfortunately. So this is just regular. This is without the chest. Just so you know, Striker's Gamble is without the chest and without the backpack. That's the 4-piece bonus. So they gave us more damage per stack, and they gave us more stacks. So overall, that's a lot of damage. So this may not be so bad. 2 stacks lost per second, 0 to 50 stacks. 3 stacks lost per second between 50 and 100 stacks. Okay, so that might suck. Press the advantage, increase max stacks for Striker's Gamble from 100 to 200. Wow. So now it's just like the the Heartbreaker chest piece, right? Increase max stacks for Striker's Gamble from 100 to 2. So you're gonna have 200% or additive damage of total weapon damage of 0.65%. So that's 65%. Isn't that what that is? Where's my times 2? It's 0.65 times 200. Yeah, 130%. So that's 130% total weapon damage. That's what they did there. So, okay, complicated. 4 stacks lost per second between 100 and 150 stacks. 5 stacks lost per second. That's just, I don't like that part. It's just complicating it. Just give it to us. You know what I mean? But what they wanted to happen there is they want you to be able to constantly shoot, have to constantly be shooting. So basically they're making this high value only relevant when you got a shit ton of targets, okay? Which is very rare. Which is real, I gotta say that's really rare. You're gonna be able to maintain this. You gotta have a shit ton of targets. And what I mean is, like, even on Legendary, okay, that's gonna be hard. So you think, well, in Legendary, right? So it's Legendary, so you know the enemies are tankier, so that you're gonna be able to shoot. No, but the thing is, the problem is that, like, with Legendary, you're gonna get pressed back. Instead of press the advantage, press the disadvantage. And Legendary, you can't stay out shooting the whole time. You're gonna usually get pushed back into cover, right? Or they also, in Legendary enemies, they kind of run towards you or run away. What they're also not thinking about is your Striker's Gamble. There's so many issues here, guys. Striker's Gamble, Strikers from the first place creates weapon damage. I'm sorry, ammo issues. Strikers causes ammo issues. So if you put this like on a FAMAS, for example, right? And so the only thing that's helping you with the ammo issues is having enough damage to kill that enemy, so you can, you know, start deleting targets off of the table, so you don't need more ammo. Does that make sense? But like, think of Legendary scenarios in the very beginning. Like, it's really easy to run out of ammo in that first checkpoint, you know, and so because you're not going to have as much damage, and because you got to maintain, in order to maintain your best damage, you got to constantly be firing. And these are hits. No, so not just shooting, you got to be hitting targets. And how many, I mean, there's maybe, I'm just gonna say, like, maybe around 10 legendary enemies available at a time per checkpoint, maybe. And so maybe 12 total. That's hard. They're not all just standing there, right? So it's gonna be really hard to maintain that. And then you add 3 more of your allies with you as well. Like, it's gonna be really hard to reach that 200. And if you get there, it's not gonna last very long, you know, and then you have to restack. And then, so when you're at the lower end of your stacking, when you're down to 0 to 50 stacks and stuff like that, like, you're gonna be so weak, it's gonna take more ammo to bring down an enemy. And you're gonna make your climb, and by the time you're up here, you're gonna be out of fucking ammo. This is a big ammo issue. And so we were barely getting by with the ammo that we have. I got to say that I use strikers a lot. And that was one of its weak points, is that you could run out of ammo. That was a weak point, you know? And so I would barely get by with ammo, and on very strong, all red strikers builds, the strongest striker builds. I'm talking like perfect, pristine example, perfect focus chest pieces, everything, like, you know, landing, you know, basically 60% accuracy, you know, which is pretty good for an assault rifle, right? So like, and we're still running out of, barely making it with that ammo. You know, you got tanks. Oh God, it sucks. Yeah, this sucks. I mean, they're trying to make up for it. Okay, so they're trying to, taking away the amplified damage for additive damage, and they're giving us total weapon damage. So that's, you know, they're trying to make up for that with more stacks and a greater increase in damage per hit. But I can say that it's going to be really hard to maintain 200 stacks. You even see that with a Heartbreaker, right? It's tough. It's tough. Now, if they gave us some defense with this, if they gave us some armor regen with this on hit too, I would take that as a compensation. Wouldn't you? I'd be like, okay, give me a percent of regen on hit too. That would be like a bloodsucker build, right? So give me some defense then. You know what I mean? But this, you know. So the chest, risk management, I believe, is the chest. No, wait. Press the advantages. Press the advantage the backpack. Which one's the backpack? You guys remember? I think this is a big buff to the backpack. I think risk management is the backpack. Okay, so press the advantage is the chest. I think this is a big buff actually. This is great right here. I like this part. Increased total weapon damage gain per stack from 0.65 to 1%. They just gave us a reason to run the backpack, which could be pretty cool. Does that make that stronger than vigilance? Possibly. So the increase there is 0.35 times 200. So that's 70% total weapon damage. That's better than vigilance, isn't it? Can we look at it that way? 70% total weapon damage per stack. And then when you're at full, you get 0.35 increase. And then when you're at full 200 stacks, that's 70%. But even if you're half of that, that's 35%. So that's, even if you don't only get to 100 stacks, still better than vigilance. That's pretty cool. That makes the backpack really good, actually. Don't you think? There's a positive. Totally, Grumpy. Yeah, because if you don't have the chest, you can have 100. That's still divided by 2, so that's still 35%. That's still better than the backpack, right? It's still better than vigilance, because vigilance is going to be 25 total weapon damage. And this is 35. And then even if you take a bullet, it doesn't get disabled. So it's still interesting. That would allow you to do what? If you didn't run the chest, that would allow you to put glass cannon on your chest, make up for some of your loss, and then you get 35% on your backpack instead of 25%. Now it's a little bit different. You still have to stack to 35, so I get it. You know, once you're there, it's better than vigilance, but with your vigilance is there first, right? So it just depends on your gameplay style. Like if you're playing from cover a lot and you're not taking a lot of damage, then you might as well just use vigilance and play your averages, unless you're gonna run the chest piece. So it's just like Heartbreaker. That's just like, it's putting this in a Heartbreaker. This is putting this in the Heartbreaker category. Because I felt like that with Heartbreaker. Like with Heartbreaker, I felt like it's sort of the best way to run a Heartbreaker nowadays for me is to run the Heartbreaker chest and to run the Heartbreaker backpack. Because it's all about the bonus armor, and the backpack is definitely doubling that for you. So, you know, there's nothing better. So. Yeah, spotter, focus, glass cannon. Yeah. I'd probably still run my focus with this set. It stacks faster than the other stacks. You can stack on stacking, like Dragon is saying. Doctor's home. Can you guys see that? Okay. There we go. Okay, exotic variation of the M1A CQB rifle, or it's still QCB. All right, got a new variant here. Quarter close battles. All right. So we're happy. We're happy with the fantasy and exotic mechanic of the fantasy. We're happy with the fantasy. All right. An exotic mechanic of this weapon, but we agree that it needs a bit of a kick to become a truly valuable alternative to other weapons the Division 2 has to offer. Increased RPM from 200 through 350, great. I'm sure that small mag is going to help there. Fix an issue with the armor kit dropping from unmarked targets. Okay, so basically they increased the RPM. I don't know. It's got a really small mag, right? I mean, so yeah, that's going to help its DPS. I get that, but also not super excited for small mag weapons. I mean, some of them, I guess, you know, I like my Diceros a little bit faster as an example, but so yeah, it's better than nothing. I can't wait to get my hands on this. I'm actually really excited about this one. So, I mean, 15% armor on kill to go pick up your trophy kind of thing. It can be pretty cool. This would be an amazing DPS weapon, actually. So, I mean, it's still the M1A, so that sucks. But that 15% armor on kill might make it worth it. So, busy little bee. All right, let's see what they did. Exotic pistol inspired by the lightning rod. Okay. I don't know why they keep saying that, but okay. We decided to simplify the mechanics of the busy little bee and refocus on the simpler fantasy. Thank Jesus. Thank you, Jesus. Because that thing, you know, 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. Let's go. 1 2. I mean, okay. Use a pistol to build a stack. Swap weapon to consume the buff. Use a pistol to build a stack. Swap weapon to consume the buff. Okay, cool. So it's more about buffing your primary weapons. So it's like the orbit. So each shot to a different target will give 1 stack. I don't like that different target things. So each shot to a different target will give 1 stack up to 10 max. So 10 stacks, with each stack giving 20% weapon damage. So 200% weapon damage. Not total. Notice there's no total there. So it's just 20% weapon damage. Okay. Stacks will activate once the weapon is switched and will last for 10 seconds. So you got 10 seconds of 200% weapon damage. Changing weapon again during the said 10 seconds will cancel. Okay. That could be cool. That could be cool. So it's basically like what we're playing into today. So this busy little bee, this could be, actually, this is a lot better. It's definitely less confusing, at least. I think it's a nerf though, because before there was a 300% weapon damage possibility, and there was no timer on it. So it's a little bit of a nerf, a little bit of a buff. So it's something in between there. So that's good. I think this is probably gonna be more useful. So that's great. I think it's probably gonna be better. Actually, I would say that's better than the orbit for sure. Because, I mean, the only thing that's the maybe part. The maybe part is each shot to a different target. 10 max. So they 10 isn't very hard. So, you know, you got to put 5 shots on 2 targets, basically, right? So you gotta have 2 targets standing in front of you at a minimum. So that's the thing. I mean, that's not that hard, but it does make it a little bit situational. But the good news is that you don't have to kill them. So I like that part, right? Because the hard part of like for PC players, you might find it easier, but for us people on console, it can be a little bit clunky switching to your pistol like on demand. Like it's got to be like a split second. You can't, you know, if you miss it, then the opportunity goes away. And so like, for example, this enemy is almost dead. And so you got to switch to your pistol, shoot him with the orbit, and then, you know, and to kill him, and then you can go back to your other gun. Sometimes it's really easy to fuck that up on a console. You can accidentally over swap to your other weapon, or you can actually over swap. So you'll bypass your pistol, go back to your primary weapon, whatever. And I also don't like that if you kill somebody with the orbit, you only got 10 seconds to switch back to your primary weapon. You know, and so there's a timer, there's 2 timers on it technically. You know what I mean? And I don't like that. It's like, oh God, you know, why can't I go around, kill as many people as I want with my orbit all day long and then switch to my primary? No, you can only do it once. You gotta, it forces you to switch within 10 seconds. You can't kill for an hour and then switch back to your pistol and get this, to your main weapon and get this extra crit. No, it won't, that extra crit won't be there because you bypassed that 10-second window an hour ago, right? And so and it's only crits. Like, what if your weapon isn't based off of crits? Then the orbit's worthless, right? What if your build is based off of amplified damage and headshot damage, and you don't need crits? You know, what if you're not caring about crits at all, right? And so weapon damage is definitely more useful to more builds because of that, even crit builds, right? So crit builds can use more weapon damage also. So I like this. I like this. So the only part we'll see is like how situationally annoying is it to shoot 2 targets 5 times and while trying to stay alive. You know, I think if you pop up a big shield, that becomes less of an issue. But it's the teeter-tottering thing. You know, it's kind of annoying because you don't want them to die until you get to your full stacks in theory, right? All right, here we go. Here it is. Here's a lefty. The one we've all been waiting for. Let's see what they did to it. So change the damage values from the MOP named shotgun to ACA shotgun. Yes, it was too powerful. Okay, so they nerfed it all the way into the ground. But really, it's not a nerf. It was an error. I'm pretty sure it was an error, right? We agree with that? It was an error? Yeah, so basically they gave it the power of the 612, but it was supposed to have the power of the ACS. So the ACS is less powerful than the 612 dramatically. We could see that. This one needed a power change. This is one of the ones that was so crazy strong that I saw guys solo legendary with this ACS 12, making it look like they were playing like heroic. So it was crazy. They weren't even getting out. They were just running around with the shield. No, you know, on a Heartbreaker build. It was just crazy. Change the RPM and magazine size to match the ACS 12 shotgun. Was the RPM not already there? Was it faster than the ACS 12? So now it's just, okay. So let's just get this straight. Let's just make sure we're on the same page here with the lefty. Okay. So now it's just a stupid shotgun that you got to throw a grenade out in order to get any benefit from it. So that means if you're not going to throw your grenade out, this weapon is not going to bring you any value. They didn't give you any additional RPM than the ACS 12, and they're not giving you a bigger mag than the ACS 12. Because they're matching the existing ACS 12. So there's no improvements anywhere, okay? So the lefty is, the whole point of the lefty is that it's the same ACS 12 shotgun that you've always had, except now it's got that new named talent, the sledgehammer, whatever it's called, right? And a perfect version of that, which means that if you're into throwing grenades, this one you might like it, or you could just run Optimist or something like that and get great damage without throwing a grenade. You know, right? Because what if you throw your grenade and your grenade misses and then they start shooting at you and now you're dead, right? Oh, and then you're like, well, wait, hold on, guys. Let me throw out a second grenade now. Don't shoot at me yet. Let me throw out a second grenade and let's see if this one hits you. No, that one missed too. Oh, okay, please don't shoot at me. Please don't shoot at me. Let me throw another grenade. You see what I'm saying? It's just like the mechanic. It's the same thing. How many times has this happened to you? This is the mechanic. We have slow mechanics, and we're slow mechanics in this game. Like, how many times have you tried switching to your special weapon and the length of time it takes your character, even if you have your animations turned off in your settings, it's still slow. So the length of time it takes your character to switch over, you end up taking a bunch of damage in that time. You're like, fuck, I might as well not have switched to my special weapon and just kept my main weapon, even if it has lesser damage, and just, you know, spared myself the pain of it all. I'm not disappointed about the nerf, okay? Because it was obviously a mistake, right? Or the fix. It's not even a nerf, it's a fix. What I'm disappointed about is the talent that comes with it. Like, it's just like, and nobody's bringing that up. Like, that's the kind of bullshit coverage we're getting from the people that are in the DPS, in the PTS. Is it a PC thing? Is it because PC people are great at throwing grenades, so maybe they don't mind it? Come on, PC people, speak up. Is that why? Are you guys so good at throwing grenades that you're not talking shit about this talent? This talent is whack. You know what I mean? But everybody know this is all the guys that are covering the PTS right now, all in their videos and stuff like that. They're not. None of them mentioned anything about the grenade thing. None of them did. They're like, oh, the shotgun's really strong. It's really OP. You can kill everybody. It's probably going to get nerfed, you know? But it's like, hey, are you not going to mention the grenade thing? Like, the grenade thing. Like, the fact that it's really hard to huck a grenade, and there's some grenades that are easier than others. But, again, that makes the lefty situational, right? You have to damage the enemy with the grenade and, you know, that kind of thing. The talent is they get, that's the part that, like, when the wrong feedback is making, they're like, that's critical feedback, guys. And we've always been saying that since day one. Make the grenades more useful. We're carrying these things around and we can't use them very well, you know? And I don't know if that's just a console thing. So that's what I'm saying. Like, you PC players, maybe that's not a problem for you. Maybe you're having a really good, maybe you have a good time. It's fun for you to throw grenades, but on console, it's rare. The reality is, it's like, I throw my grenades to get the NPCs out of cover, the ones that are hiding, and it's usually only a legendary situation. So, and even then, like, I'm in cover and I'm kind of throwing the grenade, and it takes a minute to line up my grenade to make sure I'm getting it in the right spot. Like, it is not a smooth exercise, I promise you. And I've been playing this game since day one. I'm not the worst player in the Division 2, I promise you. You know what I mean? And grenades are really clunky. The only grenade that really does it all the time, almost all the time, is the fire grenade. But we don't have access to those unless we're running survivalists, and that's not always going to happen. What if I wanted to run the lefty shotgun on a technician build? You know? Then I'm going to have to use the EMP grenades. Obviously, I can switch grenades, but, you know, look at the little circle that they give you on those concussion grenades. It's a little circle, you know? Yeah. So that's the feedback that they needed to get. Like, devs, this shotgun, these talents, you're giving us talents nobody's going to use. You know what I mean? Like, that's the kind of feedback that they need to get. And nobody said that in any of their little PTS coverage videos. Disappointed. Disappointed that this talent exists still. You know what I mean? I want to see something saying, like, made grenade tossing easier, or we took out the grenade tossing thing and made it with, like, I mean, I'd be happier with your specialization. Like, use your specialization and the lefty, it'll buff the damage from your lefty, you know? Like, I'd be cool with that, because the reality is that you don't need tip of spear. You guys know that, right? You've been playing the game long enough. You know that. Like, you don't need tip of spear because there's so much special ammo laying on the ground. Like, it's actually pretty hard to run out of special ammo. Once you get going, now you don't start with special ammo. You got to play at least one control point. But after you play one control point, maybe two, you are full on special ammo, and it continues to drop for you. I know this because I use my TAC 50 all the time, and it's rare that I run out of ammo on it, unless it's like I'm really using it, like on a regular, you know, like really using it. But I don't know. I'd be better off. I'd be better off with that instead of hucking a grenade. Either that, or we're all gonna have a clinic. I'm gonna put on a clinic. Probably gonna have to. A grenade tossing clinic. How to toss your grenade for the veteran player. You know what I mean? It's gonna be a veteran class. It will not be for newbies. If you're a newbie, do not attempt this mechanic. If you're new to the Division 2, do not attempt throwing a grenade. You will die by incoming damage because it takes so long to throw a grenade, and you're probably gonna miss. Welcome to the Division 2. All right, quality of life changes. Added an option to hide signature weapon. Well, thank Jesus. We can hide signature weapons, but we can't throw grenades in the weapon options. Was this really bothering you guys? I mean, why do we want to hide our signature weapons? I guess so in PvP, people don't know what signature weapon you're running? Or so your backpack doesn't look too bulky? Okay. Don't those new skins kind of do that too a little bit? Am I wrong? Am I right? I don't know. All right, adjusted SSD watch. Players can assign multiple points at once. Thank Jesus, I hated that. This is awesome. This is awesome. Okay, so basically what happens is like I tap into, I go into my watch all the time because I need like more electronics because I'm doing a lot of crafting or whatever, right? And so, or recalibrating. And then you got to go on the Xbox is different. I know like on PC, you can assign and create some sort of function, you know what I mean? But we can't do that on our controllers. And so you have to sit there and tap. Like if you need 50, you got to tap 50 times. And that's so annoying. And it's not a quick tap. It's a tap and hold, tap and hold, tap and hold. It's so slow, you know, love that. So then added an option to sell from stash at each vendor players can sell stuff to. At each vendor, players can sell stuff to. So that's cool. That's cool. So basically, you don't have to load up your backpack, walk over to the vendor, sell it, go back, load up your backpack, walk over, you know, because that's annoying, right? Starting from World Tier 5 and above, exotic components will now have a chance to drop from control point chests. Starting from alert level 3 and DZ chests. Okay, that's cool. So when you open up those control points chests after you clear a control point, there might be an exotic there waiting for you. So RNG, that, you know, RNG is still RNG. So starting from World Tier 5 and above, exotic items will now have a small chance to drop from any NPC in the entire game, starting from challenging difficulty. I'm not understanding that. I'm not sure I understand this one. Has this not already been there? I mean, I've gotten exotics from random enemies. What is trying? What if I? It says a small set from any NPC. This is the keyword. Okay, drop from any NPC. That's the keyword right there. Any NPC. So are they trying to tell me that I've only been getting exotics from named bosses? Because that's not the case. I get exotics from random NPCs. Or have I not been paying attention? Or is it the drop rate thing? You think it's the drop rate thing? So exotic items will now have a small chance. So they've is this a nerf? It might be a nerf. Maybe this isn't the keyword. Maybe this is a keyword. Maybe it's a nerf, right? They've either added the small chance for any NPC, or they took it from a regular chance to a small chance. Does that make sense? So they might have decreased the chance. Yeah, because I was getting exotics just from a random. I've gotten 2 exotics on the control point, so that's proof right there. And as a matter of fact, I've gotten back-to-back exotics on a control point on back-to-back kills. I mean, I killed NPC 1 and exotic dropped him. I'm like, look, an exotic. And then I killed the very next NPC standing 5 feet away, and I got another exotic. So 2 exotics on the same control point from 2 different NPCs, which you can't have 2 named NPCs back-to-back on the same control point, right? Unless it's a weird scenario like a named boss happened to be walking through your control point, which is really hard to get to happen. That's really hard. You got to have a territory control next to a control point. So, and that's not what happened to me. So I don't know what I'm seeing here. I don't know what I'm seeing here. This might be a nerf. So, I don't know what that is. I've always been confused. I saw this before, and I was just really confused. I don't really get what they're trying to say there. So I was like, I'm already getting exotics from any NPC, and it's already a small chance. It's already been a small chance for me. You know what I mean? So are they making that chance even smaller? I've already been getting them from everybody. So this is now become smaller. That's annoying. I think that's what they're saying. I think these tie together. Because see, look at this one. Notice this one doesn't have the word small. So I think they're bringing exotics to the control point chests and then dropping the chance you're going to get them from the open world. I think these go together. This is a nerf. This is a buff. Well, this is an ad, really. It's not even a buff. It wasn't available. So, yeah. I don't know why they would do that, though. I don't see how that's quality. Okay, quality of life. Drastically reduce the log off timer for hardcore characters from 30 to 2 seconds in order to reduce instances of players finding their hardcore character dead after a crash. Okay, good for you hardcore people. I get that. It could be very frustrating. What has happened? What just happened? I don't understand. Is that it? I was just saying that. Like, I got the other day, I got 2 exotics on the same control point. So there's obviously not 2 different NPCs. Yeah, so I'm confused. No, we get them from everybody. A Reaper is saying that it was only elites. Maybe that was the case. That's possible. I feel like I'm always fighting elites, so. The second wave of a control point is all elites, so that could be very possible. I don't know. Really annoying though. So that's our PTS findings for today, people. Very mixed feelings about it. I think it's good. I think the only things I'm seeing good here are on the exotic weapon side of things. Striker's a big, yeah, that's gonna be a big issue. I mean, it's definitely a nerf. I don't think the problem is we didn't need it. There are some good things about it though. I gotta say, devil's advocate, I guess here, but the good things are the backpack might be in play now. You might have reasons to run it, so that's cool. But the loss and damage, you know, going from multiplicative to additive is, I don't think it's needed. You know, thank God they didn't say you can't build off of tanks like they did with Heartbreaker. I would have been like, fuck it, yeah, I'm definitely going in and deleting my striker set now. You know what I mean? Fuck. But this also might make your 3-piece striker builds back in play too, because you're like, oh, well, I don't know if those extras, all that stacking bullshit is gonna be worth it on this build. I'll just run the 3 pieces so I can get the amp. I mean the RPMs. So, you know, that's what happens when you nerf the set, right? So Yeah, this is bad news, man. Well, it didn't need it. This was unnecessary. You know? Were too many people running strikers? Not really. I mean, shit. It's out there, but I haven't run strikers over and over a week. Or maybe 2. You know? And it's a good set, but it's just like hard. It's just like Negotiator's Dilemma. You know what I mean? People still run Negotiator's Dilemma all the time. Why is that one not? That one's next. Fuck, look out. Go put in your hours on Negotiator's Dilemma. They're coming after you next. You too, Hunter's Fury people. Yeah, this wasn't needed. It's just not needed. It was just like nobody was going around fucking, you know. This wasn't a Heartbreaker. A Heartbreaker was just like, it was crazy. It was crazy. I did the math on a Heartbreaker set out of a control, like 2 legendary runs, and it was the original before they fixed it, the Heartbreaker. The power was crazy higher than Striker. I mean, crazy higher than Striker. And then when they nerfed it, okay, or fixed it, whatever you want to call it, Striker and Heartbreaker, an all-red Heartbreaker performed the same as an all-red Striker. Now I am scared to do that comparison. Now I am scared. An all-red Heartbreaker might be better than an all-red Striker, and it's not supposed to be that way. That would be a big fuck up, and I think that's what they just did, right? Heartbreaker is supposed to be about bonus armor, and so when you make an all-red Heartbreaker, you're breaking the gear set, right? It's definitely off meta. But the point is that you can't have something that's supposed to be playing in the bonus armor outperform a Striker's battle gear build that's supposed to be playing into all reds. You just can't. That means Striker would need a buff, or keep nerfing Heartbreaker one more time. Nerf it again. But like Striker, like I think that Heartbreaker might outperform Strikers again. Is that what that's an unintended consequence of what they've done here. Listen to what I'm saying. Striker's battle gear before this change was putting out equal damage and kills as an all-red Heartbreaker set at the end of a legendary mission. Okay? The same damage and the same kills, which was making it a judgment call, like which one do I use? The all-red Heartbreaker or the all-red Striker? And I was saying all-red Striker just makes more sense. If you're not playing into the bonus armor, then just why are we even using the all-red Heartbreaker? Now in the lab, in the testing range, an all-red Heartbreaker puts out higher crits than an all-red Striker, all right? But I was showing you in Legendary that it doesn't play out. So it might look good in the testing range, but in a Legendary mission, it doesn't play out that way. They even out. Most builds do anyways. But the reality is they even out. But now I have a feeling that an all-red heart, and this is the test that people need to show. God damn it, these guys that are in there doing their PTS test streams and videos, this is the kind of testing they need to do. They need to put on an all-red Heartbreaker and show how much it's going to outperform an all-red Striker now that they made these changes. And they need to do that in the testing range, and they need to go through Legendary, right, and show it, run both builds in a Legendary, and then show the damage differences. And I bet you the Heartbreaker is going to outperform, and then the devs are going to be like, wait, an all-red Heartbreaker outperforms an all-red Striker? Is that what we wanted? That's what we need to be showing these people. You know? Instead, we're going to get these guys going in there with the lefty shotgun, not talking about the grenade function. Fuck. What a shit show. Oh, that's sad. Just sad. Sad for the community. The reality is that's why we need more representatives, man. We just need more. We need more perspectives. I don't even know. I was saying the other day, I don't even know if the devs are digesting any of the feedback. It's just like, because some of this shit just seems way out there. What feedback provided this? What feedback provided that? Right? They're coming up with this shit all on their own. Yeah, you're probably right, Reaper. They can't complete a legendary stronghold. The guys doing providing the PTS feedback, a lot of them can't even complete a legendary mission on their own, stronghold on their own, or even as a group, they struggle. 3-hour legendaries. Fuck. But I swear these devs are just coming up with shit out of their ass, because I'm pretty sure nobody was saying, yeah, you need to nerf Striker. Oh, you're doing it all wrong. Why did they go after this one? What happened to... we got aces, okay? What else do we have, guys? Tip of Spear? Aces? What am I missing? They're obviously fixing ongoing directives, so good, good, good. We got Hunter's Fury. I mean, I'm not sure Hunter's Fury needs any changes, but you know what I'm saying? At least I think Aces does. I think Aces falls pretty flat on its face, of 4-piece Aces. How many people do you see running 4-piece Aces? It's rare, right? The only time I run 4-piece Aces is basically on an SVD build. If you're running it on your one-shot killers, you need to take a look and consider other options. You know what I mean? Because that the proc isn't always there. You know what I mean? There are times you are hitting at your lowest potential damage on Dead Man's Hand. When Dead Man's Hand isn't there for you, you're hitting at your lowest potential damage, and that hurts. You're all of a sudden not one-shot killing things, and that's very painful. So you know, so I don't even run 4-piece Aces many times, only on an SVD build. But like what about Foundry? Foundry could use a buff, right? I think Foundry could use a damage application. Future Initiative. What about Future? Nobody's running Future builds unless they're like in the raid. So can we make Future more applicable for everyday gameplay? Can we make it good for Heroic? Who runs Future Initiative in Heroic, right? Absolutely nobody. So, I mean, I think that these build sets that are legendary only or raid only. I mean, Future Initiative is basically raid only. I mean, I prefer somebody not come into my legendary mission with a healer build. I don't need it, you know? It's that's what slows down. That's what makes your legendaries 3 hours, you know? So I just think that there's other gear sets. So why did they pick on Strikers? We've already touched Strikers a couple of seasons ago, you know? And I'm telling you, we got Tip of Spear we could work on. We got even Negotiators is underpowered. Negotiators, hostile negotiations. It's like, if you wonder, like, Negotiators is great, right? You can solo legendary, you can speed run with it, whatever. But hostile negotiations is actually kind of whack. So like critical hits, you know, how you can kill an enemy and get crit hit damage, where you get 2% crit hit damage per enemy, stacking up to 20 times. There's checkpoints in legendary. It says until combat ends. So when combat ends, you have to start over. That's my point. And so in legendary control points or checkpoints, there's checkpoints that don't even have 20 enemies. So there's so many times you're not even getting to peak on that build, you know? So I think hostile negotiations could be changed. Maybe you can get 4% crit hit damage stacking up to 10 times, you know, double it, right? Get there faster, less enemies. So all of these could use small tweaks like that so that they're not just applicable to the most extreme situations, right? And so like Future Initiative is only good for, in my opinion, it's only good for raids. I mean, you can use it in legendaries, but it's really not, you know, adding much value. And I get it. Some people all hide in that little tent at the end of Capitol building and they need the healer to do that. But that's like one checkpoint out of what's now going to be 5 legendary strongholds. You know what I mean? The healers slow you down. You don't need healers. You need guys with good survivability, and survivability comes with time to kill and armor on kill and regen and that kind of stuff, right? A little bit of armor, whatever, but great builds, right? And a healer is just a compensator. So I don't know, guys. My point is that they went after the wrong set. They went after Striker, and we have other sets that need the buff. So boo to that. But Into the Light, you know, at least they gave it a nerf. I'm not sure it's enough. I think they probably needed to give it. I think the crit hit damage needs to be more than 100%. you know, maybe 150%. I mean, you don't want to give it too much because then people are going to come out there with their 400% crit hit damage builds that are sort of worthless. But something, you know, because people are saying they're not able to. The feedback that I heard is that people are saying that they're not feeling the benefit of that damage, you know, when it's at full stacks. So they reduced the decay, but they didn't answer that feedback, right? That's the feedback I heard. It's underwhelming, and the underwhelming part had nothing to do with the decay. The underwhelming part had to do with I'm at full damage on this thing. I'm maintaining it, and it just doesn't feel that strong. So, you know what I mean? Are they not listening to the feedback because they didn't answer to that, or they think they did, and they missed the point. This is good. I'm sure that's good, but so I mean, this isn't bad. It's not a horrible thing, but damage. We need more damage on that. So okay, and then they nerfed the shit out of this holster. So you know, not too excited about that. Great, 5% more weapon damage, everybody. That's just what we were looking for out of a holster. All right, we've seen it all here at the Division 2. No, but I do like what they did with the exotics. I think that's dope. Out of all the changes, those are probably the best. Doctor's Home, I don't know how I feel about these changes. I want to say I got to experience the attachments. You know what I mean? The mods that they put on this thing. You're stuck with those, man. And mods provide a lot of build diversity. They do, right? You can add a crit chance, you can add stability, you can put on a scope, you could take away the scope. So what did they give us there? Do we like how that feels? That's when and how that's going to be applied to the build. Or did they give us a bunch of stability and reload speed, you know, to the weapon? And we're like a perfect example is the backfire, right? If you look at the backfire, the attribute instead of damage to targets out of cover is magazine size. And you're like, oh man, we never put magazine size on our attribute. Never, ever, ever. You know what I mean? And they gave us more crit damage. Like what? The build doesn't need more crit damage. It needs crit chance. Have you ever noticed when you put together a backfire build, it's on an SMG, you usually don't have to put any crit chance on your build because it's all your weapon can take it all, not the backfire. With the backfire, you have to put crit chance on your build. And you're not trying to do that, you know? And so they screw these guns up with their mods. The devil's in the details on these exotics, on whether they're going to be good or not. Let me show you an example. Let me show you an example here. So like this Regulus pistol, okay, could be so much better if they took that headshot damage away and gave us damage to targets out of cover. So much better. So the Liberty looks a lot weaker, but if you consider that 10% damage to targets out of cover as a multiplier, it closes the gap between the difference in weapon damage that this one has. So, and if you look at the mods, they give you reload speed here and 20% accuracy, you know, which, you know, maybe it's not the worst thing on a pistol, but I don't know. Wouldn't you rather have headshot damage there, magazine size there? That's not gonna be possible, but you know what I mean. And then damage to targets out of cover on your secondary attribute. You know, wouldn't you have better? Isn't there better mods? You know, what does the Liberty give us? All the headshot damage, crit chance, rate of fire. Rate of fire I like. Weapon handling, you need that, but you know, you're stuck with these. You're stuck with these, you know. So I mean, I think we'd better off with stability or accuracy or weapon handling or reload speed, you know, whatever, instead of crit chance, because that's forcing you into a crit chance build. Headshots are always applicable because you're always going for the head. You should be going for the head anyways, right? Anyways, just stuck with the mods, and they really changed the weapon, right? Like, I don't have any exotics here right now, but I think I have a few here. So look at the Mantis Nemesis. like, here's a really good one. Let's look at this one here. Like if you look at the mods, this is amazing. 10% crit chance, 30% crit damage. Great job. Weapon handling, sure, I'll take that. And 11 rounds. You always put rounds in the mag, but I'd rather have more there, so you know. The Nemesis is giving us headshot damage, which is a scope, so fine. 5% crit hit damage. Who gives a fuck? You know what I mean? This thing is hitting in the millions. You think I care about 5% crit damage? Oh, come on. 5% weapon handling and reload speed. Okay. But you know what I mean? And then what does this one got? Headshot damage, stability, crit chance? 5% crit. Like, who gives a fuck? I don't want a 5% crit chance mod on my Mantis. You know? It's just like, it forces you. You know, that's locked forever. 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 I might as well not have a muzzle. I might as well not have a muzzle. You know what I mean? Like, whack. It comes into play. You know what I mean? It does, but it's just so not that helpful. Anyways, so it is what it is, I guess. Hopefully they get some more feedback out of this round 2 and reverse some of those changes. That rarely happens, though. I got to say, not to sound, at the risk of sounding too pessimistic. What you see in PTS Phase 2, most of that plays out. Most of that plays out into the game. So they still make changes, but they're pretty minor, right? So we got 12 days. So PTS lasts for a week, right? So PTS Phase 2 is gonna last for a week. So think about that. And then after that, they're basically gonna have 5 days until launch, give or take, you know? That's just rough math. So, I don't know, peeps. All right, switching gears, shall we? Shall we get into our original topic, which is unused weapons? Can they be amazing? So for those of you that jumped in late, you missed probably the intro. Because we were starting off with a different topic, and then the PTS notes just launched. So we were talking about these unused weapons that some of them are attached to your specializations, and hardly anybody uses them. I know some of you guys do use them from time to time on certain builds, but can we make builds around them, and can they be good? And the reason why this came up, and I thought it was a good idea to cover this now, is because we got the busy little bee coming out, and that's exactly the kind of synergy I think, like, playing into our pistols needs to be more of a thing, because some of these add extreme value. So this pistol comes with gunner specialization, and it's the 320x Compact that's giving us perfect preservation, which is absolutely amazing, because pistols, you want to be you know, landing them headshots, right? And so that's gonna give us 24% armor on kill. And so you can play this in 2 different ways. You could be using your primary weapon and then use this as a perfect finisher. And so what I mean is you swap to it real quick, just like you would the Orbit, okay? Which I don't have on me right now, but just like you would the Orbit. In the Orbit, you swap to it when the enemy is almost dead. You hit them, and that gives you crit chance, crit damage. You switch back over to your primary, and that transfers over. Now this is different, but you could use it the same way. So perfect preservation, you can kill that enemy and get 24%, 12 to 24%. armor on that kill over 5 seconds. Now you got to wait the entire 5 seconds, but you don't have to. But just know that whenever you switch over, it's going to stop healing you, right? So 5 seconds will give you 100% of that heal. 2.5 seconds is going to give you half of what you acquired. So whenever you switch out, that's going to stop the heal. So, but I do that all the time. It doesn't bother me. If I'm always killing and I'm always healing, it doesn't bother me to switch between weapons. So I don't know. But so where we started with this with this video is that we talked about, so there's quite a few of them, right? So what happens is you go in here and you unlock these weapons, And what I found out, which actually blew my mind today, so I found out today, I never realized that, I wasn't paying attention. I just assumed they were taking up stash space, but they actually don't. These don't take up any stash space. So I was complaining. I was like, oh man, I got so many of these weapons and they're eating up stash space, but they don't. But every one of these, so you might as well just upgrade into it because they don't take up stash space. So I'm gonna do that right here. If you got the points, let's use them. So we're gonna do that. There we go. And plus we're gonna test. We're gonna try to create builds around all of these, and a few extras. So it's not just about. Let's see, firewall. Firewall's good. It's not just about that that pistol I was just showing you, but we also have the sharpshooter version, the Firestar, which is actually really cool. This one's cool. It's like primer rounds, and then I'm also gonna try the lightning rod. So this is another pistol with perfect salvage. 85% chance to refill the mag. So we're gonna look at some of these too. And so we're looking at pistols because integrating pistols into your builds are gonna be it's just a smart way to play. The reality is, but Busy Bee is coming down the pipeline, and so some of these builds might translate over to the Busy Bee in concept. So we're gonna start with this compact here. So let's go ahead and mod it out for now. I'm gonna go ahead and put crits on it, because this isn't going to be just a crit build. I mean, this isn't just going to be just a headshot build, so I'm going to crit it out, which is nice that you're able to even do that, by the way. So this has got I got 3 crit mods there, so that's nice. So if we look here, so far we got 30% crit chance, so we're on our way. So I was thinking probably the Punch Drunk. So I do want to look at this as the possibility of being a primary weapon, and if it's any good to be a primary weapon, and that's going to help me dictate on what kind of power it needs to even work as a companion weapon, right? So I'm gonna go, I'm thinking Adrenaline Rush. Boom. So where are we at? It's 46. What should we use as a primary? Maybe a shotgun, because we're going to be playing so close. Or should we also use the Emmeline's Guard? I might not have that here right now, but that could be a good option. The Tsunami. Let's do that one. I like it. So what I'm thinking about is like high crits, but we want a good shield of some sort. And so we can try the Bulwark here. Let me see, actually. Let me put it here. The left hand. In case we get into trouble, but I'm going to try to go shieldless for the most part. Because right now, look at it. We're at, assuming we get the headshot kill, we're at 22 there and another 10 there. So we're at 32% armor on kill. So, I mean, as a matter of fact, if we run Hunter's Fury crit build with this, are we like overpowered like a maniac? Let's try that. Because we're going to be playing inside, so we're not going to get the shotgun SMG damage there, but we're going to be playing inside that buff, the Apex Predator. That's going to give us amplified damage, right? 20% just at the get-go. Let me see if I got that into crits. We really want to play with crits. A little bit of headshot damage is not going to hurt, but yeah, I got it red here. But I do think you want to run armor with this. Let's see where we at. 46. What do you think? Probably the Coyote. Well, the Coyote's mask might play out better in the DH backpack if I have that. Let's see if I have that. I mean, we're going to have 50 something armor on kill, right? So, see where I'm going? But D&H is a very strong piece. But you see where I'm going here? Like, let me just put on the build. If I can get rid of Punch Drunk and put on the Coyote, that's going to be 25% crit hit damage on a crit pistol build, right? And so if I can get what I'm thinking is probably the Hunter's Fury chest piece here, right? And then a D&H crit backpack, and that would be like, what?
You can't be any geek off the street. Gotta be handy with the steel, if you know what I mean.
Big Jake is official. Shout out to Big Jake. He's made it. He has made it. Welcome to Texas Players Club, Big Jake. Bandito to the bone. Right on. Right on. Appreciate you, man. Thanks for supporting me. And the channel and everybody. Actually, that reminds me, the latest classified build is now out. So if you like Big Jake and you got a fancy skull, then you now have access to the latest classified build. I just put it out this morning. So if you were on Bandito to the Bone, you get early access to those classified builds. So Bandito to the Bone's had it available since yesterday. And everybody else has it launched this morning, so you should check that out. I'm gonna drop the link here in a second.
You can't be any geek off the street. Gotta be handy with the steel, if you know what I mean.
Kyle's coming in hot. Appreciate you, Kyle. Thanks, brother. Welcome to True Bandido's good level 2. You get access to the new builds. I'm dropping the link right now. Thanks for supporting. All right, let's see. Did that launch or not? Did that drop that link? The fuck? Try that again. All right, so I think I'm looking for the new backpack. Bell, so we want the D&H, right? So we might have to go over my to my other characters to grab this. So let's do that. But what I want to point out is that notice that my stash space in my inventory is down. So that's right. That's right. So this morning I went through the trouble of deleting things. Lots of things. So I was full. So just between these two things, as you can see, I've deleted about 55, 60, about 70 things just off of those two. Now I had to delete, I went through all my characters and deleted things, right? What up, CD Stanley? Prime time maestros in the house. So lots of deleting. I deleted a lot of gear this morning. Just have to do it. So I'm gonna looking for the D&H backpack. All right, let's try. Looking for it here. I think it might be. Yeah, there's one. It's got vigilance. I want one. I might not have the perfect backpack for this. So, but we want a D&H. So I'm going to bring that. Well, that one's already in my stash. Duh. Over here. I always do that. I always look at the wrong compartment. Okay, so there's no vigilance there, or DNH there. And so what we want is something that's not going to be disabled as we take damage, because this build we're going to be taking damage, all right? So chill out masks could also be valuable. Don't have one that makes sense. DNH chest. So that one's nice. So let's bring that one. It's got intimidate too. That could actually be pretty cool with this one if we can maintain high levels of bonus armor. This might make sense for a Heartbreaker build too, right? Like load up with the ACS shotgun, switch over to your pistol kind of thing, you know? I'll bring the Cheska version in case we need that. Let's see here. Yeah, okay, not there. Switch over to another character. I'm sick of being full all the time too, Big Jake. I just literally did it this morning. I was just like, oh, is it even gonna be enough? I guarantee I'm gonna have to do it again before the new content drops, you know? But when the new content drops, like I wanna be low. I wanna be really low. So yeah, there's gonna be some tough decisions in there. I deleted, you know what I deleted a lot of? I deleted a lot of Heartbreaker variations. And I need to go through and delete a lot of, what is it called? The new set that we got last season. I just drew a blank because I got all these crazy names in my head.
Safe area entered.
The new set, the armor, 5% armor one, the Uzina. Yeah, so I deleted a lot of Uzina. So now I need to do more Uzina deleting because I'm finding Uzina is just not, you know, doesn't, I don't know, like a lot of these setups and stuff like that. Like I already deleted a bunch, right? So, but I need to delete more. Probably Golem too. I probably need to delete a lot more Golem, but I keep pieces like this because they bring armor regen. It's for the armor regen. So there's lots of fun armor regen builds you can create with these. So anyways, okay, so let's head on over to our little bucket. The little black bucket. See if we can. We're also gonna look at pistols, so we'll go ahead and bring all these over, all that we can. So these ones won't move, so I think that means they're stuck on this character. Okay, that's good to know. And then DNH is what we're really after here. We don't have to, but boy is it valuable to have 20% damage. Nothing gives you 20% weapon damage, right? Like, it's a strong one on pistols. And I don't see anything. I mean, we could take perfect vigilance too, but I'm anticipating taking a lot of damage, you know? So I'll bring it over just in case, so we have the option. The Matadors might be helpful. So let's bring those over. I don't think we're going to be killing enough to maintain Bloodsucker, so... And the Memento also might be best in slot, so brace yourself for that. Let's go ahead and bring the Catharsis, because that could, if we decide to go shield on this, we might be fucking unkillable. And I don't know if I'm going to like being unkillable. So let's bring out the Chill Out Mask, in case that becomes a thing. Like, think about it. If we run Hunter's Fury with 20, 40, 50% armor on kill, yeah, might be bad news, right? Could come up with some cool builds though. Catch people on fire and shit. Too bad I don't have this DNH backpack I'm looking for though. That would be the ideal piece right there. So we might just have to make do. Yeah. You know what I feel like that that opportunistic backpack talent, I feel like should also work for pistols. It should be snipers, shotguns, and pistols. You know? They're all kind of in the same thing. I'm just gonna check this one character just in case. Oh, Reaper. I was just saying that the other day, man. I was like, I'm so surprised they haven't nerfed the Memento. You know what I mean? I'm so surprised. Hunter's Fury is the Memento of gear sets. I've been saying that lately. What do you guys think about that? Think about it. Hunter's Fury provides offense, defense, and a skill factor also, right? And everything you say about group play and Memento, you could also say about Hunter's Fury. And you know how people say, when they see a new gear set, people say, well, why wouldn't I just run Hunter's Fury over this? It's the same thing about the Memento backpack. Why wouldn't I just run the Memento backpack over this talent? Hunter's Fury is the Memento of gear sets. All right, I'm gonna pull that off. But isn't that the same thing with Hunter's Fury? Don't you, when you die, you lose all your Hunter's Fury stacks? You get amplified damage stacks, right? Don't you ever notice you're weaker with Hunter's Fury? But trust me, if you wear whatever backpack talent you put on, or whatever backpack you put on, doesn't really matter. If you don't get a kill, why are you playing the game? Right? So yeah, you got to get a kill so you can get a new trophy, and then you're one step more power, right? Yeah, this game, no matter what, you got to get kills. You got to kill to survive, and you know. And that's why I'm not a big fan of tank builds, right? Like pure tank builds. It's just like, oh, they're not that fun because you got to kill. You know what I mean? And some of those tank builds do a very horrible job at killing. Very bad job. Let's just start with this one and see how it feels, just to get a feel for the pistol, all right? And then we'll start testing out some of those variants. Like, the Memento on this build, it would be absolutely insane, right? Because you're gonna get the bonus armor and the weapon damage and all that other fun stuff. But if we run the big shield too, like that might be too much, like too much. Where we on crits? Like too much, like we might be unkillable literally, and that might be annoying. I mean, if you just stand there and not shoot back, you'll die. Don't get me wrong. Okay, so that puts us to where we need to be. So look, we're getting, this is gonna be our primary for the moment. So we're getting 22% weapon damage. I mean, armor and kill. 22. We're gonna have another 20% armor on kill. That's 42. And now another 10%, so 52 armor on kill. And then we're gonna get disorient on kill. We're gonna get 20% amp damage without killing. And then we're gonna get another 5% amplified damage for each kill, stacking up 5 times on top of each other. And then we're gonna get that to last 30 seconds, right? And so the downside of Hunter's Fury, if you didn't already know, is like if you don't run the chest piece, 10 seconds is really short. So you'll get these, you'll get the stacking of that amplified damage, but by the time you get to your next set of enemies, it's all worn off and you're starting all over, you know? So it's not bad to run that. And then we could run, like, I guess a deflector. I'm probably gonna get annoyed by using it, but like I always do. But we'll try it. There we go. Let's just go give this a whirl. Let's make sure we got our pistols, which we do, and our shotgun, which we don't. So let's go and take an LMG out of that, pump that up. And let's go kill something. So where's our map? It'd be, if we had D&H, I'd be a happy man. I'm still looking for a D&H mouse. Oh, look, pistols. Actually, I need, Eclipse. I need better Eclipse for that really cool Eclipse build that I'm still working on. Uriel Cortez Sampaio from Cancun. Oh, man. Don't tell me you're in Cancun. It's gonna be, oh my God. Yeah, is that it? This is, we're making this build around this, this pistol that you get from Gunner. So it's a P320x Compact. I've never really used this pistol, I don't think, but we got pistol damage, damage to armor, 24% armor on kill, 10% armor on kill. You have to have this. So no matter what, you're getting 32% armor on kill, no matter what, if you're gonna run this pistol, right? And then we're running it with Hunter's Fury. Now, it's not for that other 20% armor on kill, but we might as well. It's more for that Apex Predator. That's what I'm after, because we're playing in close and we're getting disoriented status effects. So let's see. And then we're also gonna get, look at our crit. So I'm running a crit build here on the pistol. So we're at 58, 128, but we're gonna get another 25% buff from that mask. So this is actually at 153. So is that it? I'm so glad you have. I'm trying to get everybody to fall in love with pistols, but they're really powerful in the Division 2. Pistols are, guys. They're really powerful. Like I was running. So I don't know if you guys caught the stream the other day, but I was running that Eclipse build the other day, right? The one where we were riot foaming. It was an all red, or partial all red core, I should say, Eclipse build the other day, and I put on the TDI card, which is not the strongest pistol in the game, but boy, it was killing fast, man. The time to kill on that thing was fast. And I was like, well, I'm impressed. I was impressed. So pistols, they don't have to be the D50s all the time. These pistols are really good. I think if you get your build around it, but man, I think you guys need to start trying these pistols. But I think they're really tough for relaxed players. So that we got a lot of relaxed players in the game too, and I think that's why not everybody loves them, because you're like John Wicking when you're using pistols, right? You're getting it in there, getting in the mix. Come on. Let's get going. Okay, I see. I got some bonus armor here. There it is. Wow, nice way of getting behind me. She just worked that circle, didn't she? And we got rifle. God, that fucking thing back there is annoying as fuck. $510 crit there. Oh, she just broke my shield. Really? Oh my God, I'm dizzy. Oh, I hate that. I hate that mechanic. I gotta say, I don't normally run crit builds on pistols. I usually run headshot builds. Adrenaline rush might be overkill. Like, I might rather have the damage, you know? So as we're picking up our damage, it's performing a little better. It's pretty cold in the beginning. God, these fucking riot foamers. Get out of here. With too many shots. I mean, it's working, but I get annoyed by putting out too many bullets. See where our buffs are all kicked in for our chest piece. You see that? Or Hunter's Fury. So you got 30 seconds there, right? Wow, she took my fucking armor quick, whoever did that. You see how fast that armor went in my back? It must have been a sniper shot from that boss. Because it like went quickety quick. Oh, she's gonna hit me with that, isn't she? Oh, yeah, that fucking hurt. I was like, I saw that coming. She's aiming that big old fucking grenade with me. Anyways, it's kind of painful. I don't know if I would say damage is king as I would say time to kill is king. I know it's a little bit semantics, but because you could have builds with high damage but horrible time to kill, and time to kill is more than just damage in my book. My definition might be a little bit different, right? My book also means landing your shots, and so this is the point. The way I like to say it is like, what's your crit damage on a bullet that doesn't hit a target? What is your amplified damage on a bullet that doesn't hit a target? And the answer is always 0, right? And so those are our TKBs and our AKs, right? They don't, and I realize if you're on PC, you might have a better job. You might be doing a better job of landing those shots, but we prove out those builds time and over and over. We do I do the strongest assault rifle build series. I'm sure you guys have seen that. And we do it regularly, almost every season lately, right? Because we get provided these new weapons and new talents, and so we sort of got to put them to the test again. And there's no doubt that the AKs and the TKBs are really strong weapons. And so we'll put together these really strong builds, and I'll put them on, and I'll be like, oh wow, this is amazing. This is amazing. Look at this, legendary solo, having the time of our life, killing things. And then I put back on my police M4. And I'm like, oh wow, I just cleared that control point twice as fast as I did with the AK, 3 times as fast as I did with the TKB. And look how much smaller damage it has. And guess what else I did? I'm sure you guys do this too. I'm not even running a damage talent on my police M4 anymore. That's right. I used to run strained. I used to run measured. I used to run optimist. I used to do that too. Now I run fast hands. That's not even damage, right? So yeah, my fast hands police M4 outperforms the Kingbreaker. What do you think about that? And so, and I'm not talking about the testing range per se, but yeah, it still does on the DPS meter. But in the testing range, it's a paper target that doesn't move, right? And so you're like, my gun, my TKB has a better time to kill or better DPS than your police M4. Just look, I'm in a testing range. Yeah, but like, yeah, now you take that into the world and watch it underperform, right? Because it just misses so many shots. It misses so many shots. It cannot be ignored. And so my definition of time to kill includes shots landed. It's got to be in there. And that's why the best is like evaluating it in the solo legendary department, or just legendary. Legendary is really good, and I realize not everybody even plays legendary, but the reason why legendary is a good place to evaluate is because the enemies cause you to miss a lot. And they play at distances where you're playing outside of your optimal range too. So even optimal range starts to become a factor, even though it's not a major factor, but it is a factor because they run at you and then they run away. And like, if you look at certain missions like Roosevelt Island, you don't realize how many times you're actually playing at 70, 65, 75 meters against those enemies that you're shooting at, you know, which is really far away, which is why it's kind of frustrating for me when people go into a legendary mission. I see this all the time with the Dark Winter as their primary weapon. And they're like, yeah, man, I really love this Dark Winter. Oh, man. And they're sitting out there in the back of a legendary mission. They're not even playing forward. They're sitting behind me, you know, behind me using the Dark Winter. And I'm like, oh, SMH. I was like, you know the optimal range on that thing? It is absolutely, you are going through like 30 mags just to get the one enemy dead. 30 mags. You're not even using your talent because you don't have the time to kill, to use killer every 10 seconds, right? You realize that, like, oh. So yeah, so for me, it's like, it's gotta be taken into the real world for true Val. But my point is, it's like, yeah, it's sort of semantics. I get it. When you say damage, you probably mean time to kill. But for me, it's not damage. It is time to kill. And one of the finest examples is the fast hands talent on your assault rifle build, right? It gives you a better DPS, and it actually works. And that's hard for people to chew on. It's hard for me to chew on, folks. Like, I can't believe it's just like, oh, I'm gonna run a non-damage talent on my assault rifle in a game that we only have 3 talents. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, you know, but it works. Fast hands is so amazing on assault rifle builds, and we tried it even on the big assault rifles too. And so it even improves the time to kill on, or your DPS on your AKs or whatever too, right? But so this build is out of balance. That's what I'm noticing, but I'm gonna finish it because we got this good. What it means is we got too much defense. We got 50% armor on kill. So we're gonna want to trade off that adrenaline rush, even though it's helping to stay alive. But if these enemies just died a little bit faster, then that wouldn't be as much of an issue. So what I'm talking about is time to kill again, not damage, time to kill. And the reason why is because we have a lot of damage. We got 20% amplified damage here. We got max crits that the build will basically hold, right? But we need to improve our time to kill because it's taking too many shots. We're spending too much time on one enemy. I mean, that was 700,000 right there. That's pretty decent damage, and we're not even peaked out right now because we lost our stacks on our chest. So this must be hitting close to 1 million. I don't know. We got all stacks. Let's see. Let's get all our stacks. $735. Okay, we're getting close. I tried. Yeah, let me know when you find out about the deflector drone. I've 812 right there. I've created one in the past where I rolled into max, try to get that duration up, you know, Murakami and all that kind of shit. And it was still dying a lot. 851. 894. Ah, fucking right phone. Fuck you, right phone. Oh, double right phone. Fuck you again. We're getting our ass kicked here. Too many angles. Oof. Yep, and we're dead. Fuck! That's the downside of the shield. You're just a big bullet sponge out there. It might be the headhunter thing, but the problem is that we really couldn't survive without the shield. You know what I mean? Unless we're playing from cover. The problem is we're running Hunter's Fury, and so playing from cover isn't much of an option. Yeah, you could bounce closer to cover. The point is you're gonna get flanked when you do that, right? Ah, they're everywhere. God, and then they back up like this. Like, it's just so annoying. They're all aggressive until they're not, right? So now we gotta rebuild all our stacks on Hunter's Fury. See, so when Hunter's Fury dies or times out all your stacks, it's really annoying. It's worse than the Memento because the Memento, there's usually trophies hanging around for you anyways. So you'll kill and you won't, and sometimes I do it on purpose, but sometimes I don't. there'll be trophies all over the place, right? Because there's usually more trophies than you need. So there's trophies just kind of littering the ground, and so you could play into that, which a lot of people do, and it's a very smart way to play with the mementos. Don't grab all your trophies if you don't need them. Let them sit there. You grab them later when you do need it. You know, maybe you never do, but God, these guys are fucking everywhere. Fucking right phone. I mean, the build is working, but it's just not my style of play. I like to go faster than this. I don't like spending much time on one target. That's the part that's irritating me right now. I mean, look how much time it takes me to kill this one target. I'm hitting at 900,000, mind you. So again, it's not damn. Oh, and then I'm dead again. See? And why am I dead? This is how I look at it, right? I'm dead because I was spending too much time on that single target. I might as well be a fucking tank. You know what I mean? Let's take a look at that. Yeah, body shots too. I could be going for more body shots because I might have too many misses. What up, Rise and Reap? Gizu! Yeah, maybe if we get like an overcharge on that, a Savage Hippie, huh? I feel like I've seen that name before. An overcharge on that deflector would be kind of cool, wouldn't it? Yeah, its duration though is where the duration 25 seconds is, you know, is really not that great, right? And so if you put skill tiers on it, I think that it's definitely going to help. No, it doesn't. So that's what sucks. The duration always is what it is. So the only way to boost the duration is by adding a full range of duration on your mods. But it's the duration that bothers me the most, 25 seconds. But if you pair it up with protection from elites, it's kind of a way to buff it too. But then you're using your duration mod slots, and you only got so many of those. You only got 3, and then you run your Murakami, so there's 4 duration slots, and then you can add 2 more by running improvise. So you can run 7 duration. So you know you could run, what is that, 20% each, so 140% duration. That can help. Yeah, until you're dead, Daryl. I see that. Yep, that's what happens. I just stopped deploying it. You'll notice, like, hey, Tux, deploy your deflector. I'm like, oh, yeah, I forgot it's there. I forgot it's there, you know? So, yeah, anyways, I think one thing we need to change is the backpack. So we're getting that 25% crit hit damage buff, and then we're running this adrenaline rush backpack talent, which is saving our life, but it's also killing us because we could have something damaged there instead. Now the problem is that I would run vigilance, except we were getting surrounded so much. I think maybe like something that doesn't get disabled would be better. You know, so like companion would be an option. Wicked could be an option too, because when we kill an enemy, we're applying the status effect. So we could start, that could be the easy change, is just going to Wicked, so making 1 change at a time, and then maybe dropping an armor core too. So let's do that actually. Let's reset that. I don't even remember getting any gear off of that control point, by the way. Oz! Right on. Oz is Blake. Blake is Oz. Am I right? Am I remembering that right? Let's turn it up a bit. Turn it off. The other way we could do this is we could drop this chest piece. I mean, I'm finding that being helpful though at the moment, but we could also drop the chest piece, give ourselves another damage talent down there. What would make sense on the pistol? Not reassigned, that's for sure. Special ammo once an hour. Intimidate. I don't know if it's gonna be up long enough. If that was in D&H chest, that would be nice. Because you know the memento is gonna work its way in here, right? I'm holding off, but because we're gonna give these other ones a chance, but you know what happens. All right, let's see here. We're gonna go take off an armor core and then switch out the backpack talent. Let's just do that real quick. Recal backpack. Boom. So let's try Wicked. So it's not gonna be there until we get our first kill. But we're taking too much damage from the back for vigilance to make sense on this build right now. So we could also do Companion, but our skill doesn't last long enough. So let's just go ahead and do Wicked, which is pretty good. The fact that you can run Wicked is actually pretty unique. Hunter's Fury, right? So Hunter's Fury, you get that kill debuff, which is staggering. So, and then let's change that chest piece. Oh, what about our holster? Did we ever change that? We didn't. So this is supposed to be crit damage. So we were a little underpowered there. Headshot damage wasn't bad though. And let's change our chest. Let's go ahead and put this. So what I'm doing is, yes, it's increasing our damage. Not too concerned about that. It's more about the time to kill, which is sort of the same thing. I get that, but there's more to time to kill than just damage. And that's why I disclose it that way. One, you gotta land your shots, right? But RPMs are also a factor of time to kill. Reload times are also a factor of time to kill. Time to kill is more closer to DPS, and DPS does take into consideration shots missed and reload time, right? So you if you go into the problem is that you can't really measure DPS in the testing range really, because it's basically 100% accuracy in there. But at least it takes the reload time into consideration. So. It could be Osweiler. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I read their statement too. This is the #1 test, Oz. This is the #1 test. You're on PC, aren't you? Oz, aren't you on PC? If you are, let me know if you can record things, because this is the #1 test. I think the #1 test needs to be like going to testing range with an all red Heartbreaker, chest and backpack. All right. And then go into red with an all red Striker, chest and backpack. Do a testing range high crit value and a testing range DPS value. Mark it for both sets. Then go and do a legendary, even with the same squad, whatever. It's probably better if you do it with the same squad. Even better if you run everybody runs sort of the same build, even better, right? But because then you'll get triple results off of that. But either way, you don't have to do that. But go run, if you can run 2 legendaries back to back with the same team, I think that would be amazing, because what you do is you run one with an all red Striker and one with an all red Heartbreaker, and then see how they fare it out at the end. You know what I mean? But if an all red Heartbreaker is outperforming an all red Striker, it shouldn't be doing that. You know? That's like, what value is Striker bringing us if Heartbreaker is going to outperform it in an all red scenario? You know? There's only one value, and that is Striker can stack on tanks. That is the only value. You know what I mean? So, dumb. All right, here we go. New setup. Let's turn it up in here. We need to get into killing mode, people. killing mode. Yeah, that was way better. It didn't last very long. I know what it needs. You know what it needs too. What do you think it is? Memento. That's right, bonus armor and damage on trophy. Every one of those would have given us a trophy that would have been stacking on top of each other. But we're gonna keep going because at least we got the killing power. It felt good. I felt good. Wicked's a good matchup for this build set. I just don't want to rely on that shield. All right, so that's why I'm dropping that shield. I don't want to. Sometimes it's okay, but not like all the time. Because we got so much armor on kill, it's insane. This lady is always a pain in my fucking ass. Where's my Eclipse gear, baby? Eclipse. I might be better off with the decoy too. Better duration. Million right there, you see that? 1,040,000. Gonna get that fire, aren't they? Damn, he is everywhere, that dude. The fuck did you come from? And why didn't he take that status effect? The fuck? All right, folks. Jesus Christ. They got angles on me. Yeah, we need a little bit more, a little bit more. We need backside protection, ladies and gents, and the deflector's just not doing it. A decoy would be better. As usual. You need to be able to accept damage, but you need to be able to handle it too, right? We're definitely hitting over 1 million, so our damage went up, but that wasn't really the game changer. It was... I think it's more about the consistency and well, we were a little bit because we were overkill in defense, so that wasn't helping us. We just the adrenaline rush. It's helpful, but the problem is that it was taking away too much from our time to kill. You need armor for it to be worthy, and then our time to kill was so slow that we're getting surrounded too much. I had to drop my shield, right? My shield was breaking. Again, if we had a skill tier, if we had the memento and its skill buffs, my shield wouldn't have been an issue there. Well, it's always going to be an issue at some point, but look at it. It's still not. It's taken a long time to regenerate. So. See that regen? You watching a regen there? A little white bar. We're getting closer though. Things move in stages. Yeah, you think 21, you might have to scrub back. We already did it, bro. Crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. We're still talking about it too, as a matter of fact. So that's the build. I think it feels pretty good there. It feels pretty good there, but I can see where the changes need to be. $1.1 million armor is not bad because we are getting all of that armor on kills. So we got 20 there, 22 there, and 10 there. Ooh, look at that stone with rate of fire. It's kind of a neat one. Have I done that one before? Hold on there. I think I have, but still too many shots on her, you know what I mean? I mean, we lost all our buffs because Hunter's Fury times out, but that keeps happening, right? Hunter's Fury times out a lot. Fucking riot foam. God damn it. Same thing. See, we need to be able to take that. If I was running my D50 or the Regulus, we would have been able to take that. So that's bullshit. Annoying. Yeah, good idea, Daryl. One of the reasons I might hold on to the shell for a little bit longer, but I think I'm gonna swap out for the decoy. Because I mean, that was like 5 enemies around us, and this little pistol, it's still not the. We're gonna pick up the punch trunk, so that's a good thing, though. There we go, 20% weapon damage, so that's gonna be helpful right there. But what I was gonna say, it's still not the D50. You know what I mean? It's not. Doesn't have that one-shot capability, and I would really like that about my pistols. And so, so it is definitely different for me to run a pistol that doesn't do that. I mean, not that I've never done it before, but to actually like one. You know, so it might take a lot of fine-tuning to get it there. So 48. So you lose. That's the problem with these anything. So these all got crit damage pieces. That's what I hate about crit builds, man. So inefficient. So inefficient. Okay, we got to drop more crit chance. Let's see, did that do it? 54, and we're still not maxed. I'm thinking, because we do have this other D50 chest with, where'd it go? Wasn't it up the top? Guess not. I have Intimidate, which Intimidate's probably not going to last long enough because we don't. Last time we ran Intimidate, it worked out nicely because we were running the other gear set. We also have their armor regen one. We could pick up another weapon talent. Let's try this one real quick, actually. And then let's put on the Hunter's Fury piece here. Where are we at? Even because I'm thinking, like, even if it doesn't last, like all the way up, at least it's there as we're to help us acquire our Hunter's Fury stacks, which are also then going to expire quickly. I get that. It's worth the shot, though. All right. So now we're at 59. Cool. So now, yeah, we'll just leave everything like it is. I would like another armor core, though. Actually, did we change this one here? No. Let me put this armor core back on. Well, we got 1.1 now. The Memento fixed that. Let me keep it at 1.1. We might even be able to go to 1.3 with this setup. You see that? So, which we might want to do because we just got a lot of power-ups here. It doesn't look like it, but the Intimidate on top of the 20% pistol damage. We lost 25% crit damage, but we're gonna get the trophies. So we might want the extra armor core to keep that bonus armor going a little bit longer. So let me put that back up here. In order to do that, I need to change this holster to crit chance. And then I'll switch the other one over to armor. See where I'm going? Just rebalancing. Just rebalancing. Same thing. There we go. Just check that. 59. So I could tell from the last build that I really needed the trophies would have been a tremendous help. Because as we were getting kills, I realized that the trophies aren't like amplified damage, the weapon damage pickups, right? They're additive damage, but they're big spikes in additive damage, right? And then you're also getting bonus armor, and then you're also getting some other benefits, right? From the skill stuff, right? Skill efficiency. I really hope Striker isn't dead. I really hope. I mean, they made. What I was gonna say, Ozfaller and Blackpoint, is that Oh, Buddy Boy Roy, I love that comment. He says, Buddy Boy Roy says, you brought the love I had for this game back. Thanks, man. Appreciate that. That's what I try to do. Keep it alive. As long as they stop nerfing our fucking striker, it's easier for me to do. No, but reading into their comment that they put it like a sort of a disclaimer before the nerf, right? Which is like, they did say they're trying not to have any loss of total damage, so they tried to preserve that. But I think they're overlooking the ammo issues that we could potentially have, and that's a really annoying thing, you know? But they might be, here's the other thing we got to consider. This is part of it, and I'm being a little devil's advocate here, but part of it is like, they know things that we don't. And what I mean is that they have seen some combinations with Striker coming down with the new gear. So here's an example. So that one new gear set is going to give us 20% more mag, right? So imagine having a larger mag and Striker. Does that make things like really hard? Now, I'm not sure you can actually do that because I think that requires 3 pieces on that Umbra set, right? So, you know, so I'm not sure you can actually accomplish that, but that just is an example, right? There's some pair-ups that we haven't seen which might require that set to get nerfed. Reload, dude. I hit reload. God damn it. Nice little trophies. Picking things up. I can feel those trophy buffs every time I step on one. These are the easy guys, though. So these are the reds. Let me get some elites. There's one. Oh, there's a bunch of enemies. See, the bonus armor lets us get shot in the back a little bit. We're gonna pick up that tons of armor on kill. Nice little bonus armor back there, right? And then while we're picking up those trophies, we're getting that duration to last longer on that decoy. Fuck you, fucking goddamn. Pretty sure I killed your master. Why are you still alive? And then you got the regen too. That's nice. Definitely plays better. There's a medic out there getting people alive. This shield might slow you down, actually. I think the shield slows down your time to kill. You move slower. It's right-handed. Can't adjust your angle as fast. Might be better off without the shield. Just try to be careful around big swarms. Only pull it out on giant swarms, but I think you're better off without the bulwark. Like right here, you know? Even that little sprint I did, we wouldn't have been able to do that. See, decoy is so much more valuable. We have some regen. Just try not to shoot his backpack. His backpack's a big old fucking trap, right?
Incoming hostiles detected.
Oh, look at that thing. Good hiding spot, huh? I ran right by that and it would have been wailing on my back the whole fucking time. So annoying. Oh, there's a guy up here. Oh, yeah. See, on 1v1s, you could pull it off without the shield. Maybe not a boss. We're looking for is the staggering power. That's what these weapons usually lack, right? So let's try on her. She's a little squirrely. Yeah, a little bit of staggering power. Oh, don't take a punch though. Fuck that. There we go. We pulled it off. We got 50% armor on kill, so I'm not afraid to take damage, but those punches are fucking harder than their bullets. See, they get angles on you when you're in there. See that? I didn't even see that guy behind me. So that's where that shield will get you into a lot of trouble. We have armor, but we're not a tank. This man does not want to be a man about it. Look at him running around the arena. All right. See, the downside is that we lost our Hunter's Fury stacks again, so that's the downside. Hunter's Fury times out a lot. More than a Memento, see? I want to get to the, I want to see if we can, like, if there's something in the mag we can use to get more damage too, you know? Watch this, right on time, right? Caught that guy. Fucking punches, right? Got our armor on kill and a bonus, right? Tons of benefits. Armor on kill and a bonus armor. And the power-ups. It's a good little build. I mean, I'd actually get rid of some armor on kill if I could, but I can't. You have to run gunner. Right? You have to run gunner. And the pistol's got the perfect talent, and Hunter's Fury's stuck with 20% armor on kill. So the only way I could do it is to get rid of Hunter's Fury, and that might not be a bad idea. Do we get rid of Hunter's Fury for Heartbreaker? And if so, can we maintain high levels of bonus armor? Inquiring minds want to know. That worked. I liked it. That was way better of a build. Look at our... You know what I wasn't paying attention to was the chest talent. Was that helping us? I can't tell if that, probably not. I think we were timing it out. You know, but I couldn't tell. I wasn't paying attention. I should have been. Anybody notice? We're gonna have to do one more control point to know. I'd like to figure that out. So let's do that real quick. But everything else was nice. It was really nice. What other chess talents? Anybody got any ideas on other chess talents that make sense? Not an Unbreakable fan, so that would probably not be a go for me. I don't play into that. Homie, don't do that. Homie, don't play that. Remember Homie the Clown? I miss that guy. Is that Marlon Wayans, I think? There we go. That's a good holster. We need max headshot damage on one of these, though. We can roll them in a red course. Let's do one more control point real quick. Let's see what else we got around here. Let's go to the next one. It's pretty hairy. So we got all our stacks, so we'll have that going into it. But there's a case to get rid of the Hunter's Fury, so we could build a manual. We could build create a build from scratch for this.
All that training paid off.
But Hunter's Fury is mighty nice, isn't it? With that amp damage.
Detected. Control point in proximity.
I haven't, not that I can say, but I'm tempted, Daryl, to try his Striker's pistol build. But stacking is really hard to Striker. Like, I've used 400 RPM. Like I tried Striker builds with the Merciless and it didn't work. Now, unless you integrate the ACS, so if you do an ACS and a shotgun integration into your gameplay, then no doubt it would work. And so if that does work, then I might better like Heartbreaker, because I think the bonus armor would go a lot further in a build like this. Downside being that I also noticed that that bonus armor goes away really fast, and then the next thing you know, you're using your shotgun all the time. You know, next thing you know.
Reinforcements en route.
Get this guy. Okay, broke his backpack. Okay, so we're gonna be watching the real test here is just the chest talent. Okay, so just need to see how much it's playing into us. How did that guy not take that status? Oh my God, 3 riot foamers, get the fuck out. We're out of here. We are not gonna do that. Homie, don't play that. You have to encounter them at some point though, so. You just split them up. The guy his tank on. Just bust their tank so they become regular soldiers. There we go. So far, our chest talent isn't helping us at all, right? So now it is. Okay. So how long does it last? As long as we're killing, it should be last forever. In theory, right? Okay, we just lost it. Did we just lose it again? We did. It doesn't take much to lose that bonus armor, does it? Over 1 million in damage though. Doesn't last very long, but we get a little buff from it. You know, it's not full stack buff from the chest, but We definitely hit over 1 million, so I saw it was on when we did that. Oh great, we're gonna get the fucking grenadier in here. Hopefully he blows himself up.
Unloading on target.
How are you still alive, dude? Come on, I was shooting right through that face of yours. So the bonus armor's still there, but it's gonna go away, and it's gone.
Hostile convoy detected.
So what chest talent? So it's coming and going. So it's obviously helping to a degree, and then it's gone, right? So what would be more consistent? Not sure there's much left, right? Damn, that guy hit hard.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Thank God for 50% armor and kill. Sometimes 40. We don't kill with the head. Damn, that guy's hitting me hard. Just a red guy? Definitely felt like a... It actually feels not bad. Not bad.
Detecting additional
But it can get better, and so that's what I'm looking for. It has to do with the chest, though. A little PFE could go a little ways, too. We don't have the mod slots, though, because we're barely critted. Don't you go running out of angle. Don't you get out of my back.
incoming hostiles detected.
I hate having to shoot you in the legs, man. I'm shooting the head with your big ass helmet. Yeah, so I mean the chest is helping us in short bursts, and maybe that's okay. But I'm just wondering, there's got to be something else. Obliterate wouldn't work. We wouldn't stack. We don't have the RPMs. And again, like I was saying, like I've tried with rifles. Like rifles have a hard time for obliterate. 400 RPMs, and we'd have to bring in a shotgun. And you have to play inside 10 meters and popped up with that shield, and by the time you get there, that bonus armor's gone. So should have got 50% armor on kill there. It didn't kick in. You see that? I mean, preservation's still working for us, but we didn't get the other 30%. They calculate. Sometimes that happens. I've noticed that they'll calculate the damage after the incoming damage before the enemy dies and after the enemy's damage of that enemy, because that was a 1v1. You know what I mean? So there was nobody else shooting at us, but they applied her damage after we got the kill and after the 30% armor on kill from the set. There's always that too. A punch in the face. I mean, so it's fun, but what I'm looking for is an advantage, and I don't feel like I have a build advantage right now. Like, I might as well just run the Emmeline's Guard. Unless you're running, you know, a pistol directive of some sort, ammo hoarders or whatever. And so you want to make sure you have the advantage, and it's not playing in close because Emmeline's Guard also plays in close, right? So that's the direct competitor with this pistol, I believe. So we need this fucker to be I think, a headshot bastard, I think. We might need to pull off crits, right? I think crits might make it too much of a direct competitor. So we might need to make it so that when this gun hits them in the head, which isn't going to be all the time, but when it lands that one shot, it hurts them really fucking bad. You know what I mean? And that would set it apart from the Emmeline's Guard, because Emmeline's Guard is a crit build. And it's got perfect preservation too. And right now, I'd be better off running that. 50 in the mag, it's got a big mag. So the only benefit this build would give you over Emmeline's Guard is basically you're never going to run out of ammo. But with Emmeline's Guard, you're likely never going to run out of ammo anyways because you're killing better. And don't get me wrong, this one's got great killing, but Emmeline's Guard would still win. Still give you more survivability. So we got to get this to separate. Steady hands wouldn't be bad if we could. And remember, you can't change specializations because then you lose the pistol altogether.
Supply room access unlocked.
Wowie, wowie, huh? So let's take a look at, like, Optimal range, reload speed. So what's our reload speed? Ooh, that'd be nice. 11 rounds for reload speed, though. It's interesting. It's actually a weaker weapon than like some of these other ones. Because look, I mean, 5% damage to armor. Why not 6? Why only 5? You know?
In need of backup.
So that's what I'm thinking about right now. That's what I'm thinking about right now. So I'm thinking about the Emmeline's Guard. And since it's a direct competitor, and we're playing in close, so it's not like, oh, well, this one's advantage that you get more range or something. No, not at all, right? It plays out exactly like the Emmeline's Guard, close and personal style. And Emmeline's Guard would just do better. No, want that. We don't want that, do we? So we gotta... Something's gotta give. And the problem might be that our Hunter's Fury set doesn't give us enough give room, right? It fixes the build. There's only so many things you can move around on it. You don't want to say, why not just use Emmeline's Guard? Now you could say like, oh, well, don't use it as a primary. Well, you could always switch to Emmeline's Guard. Or one advantage would be to just run Emmeline's Guard, and then run. You could switch between both of them, right? So you use Emmeline's Guard, you hit reload, switch to the pistol, which is hard to do on console, but you can. The problem is that you have to wait 5 seconds after your kill. Otherwise, you're not going to get all of preservation. So they've sort of prevented you from doing that. They've almost made it so that you have to stick with the weapon, you know? As a, like, because of the 5 seconds, the heals over 5 seconds, that makes it so that you don't switch out too much, right? So I think we're gonna have to try alternates to, one, we need to change our chest talent. And then the other option is to try alternates to the gear set. Let me just put on Headhunter and see what happens. Now, I don't normally play these pistols with Headhunter.
Incoming backup request.
But let me see what just happens real quick. Because we're still getting a Headhunter kill. We're still getting a headshot kill. Yeah, you can look at preservation as armor regen if you want to. Different way of looking at it. Except most armor regen doesn't require a kill. Some does, I guess. If you you could turn anything, I guess, on its head like that, right? Like the memento trophies don't require armor on kill to give you armor regen, but they do if you look at it that way. Well, you had to kill to get the trophy in the first place. Okay. Totally. but it still adds up to 20% of your armor over 5 seconds. So it's just easy. For some people, it's easier just to say, I'm gonna get 20% of my armor back, you know, over 5 seconds. Ooh, maybe Headhunter is nice. Is that next kill, right? Fuck. Get out of my fucking shield, dude. God damn it. That's fucking dumb. That's I really not the hugest fan of shields. For 1,000 other reasons. Yeah, but that might be one way to get around this too, actually, now I think about it. We might base Connor, that might be a good idea, doing regen like a Rockstar build where we load up on regen. And so that we can, because regen gives you more resistance to bullets, right? In a way. It's like running a shield, right? Because you can take more punches and heal through the pain. And then use preservation to kind of top it off, right? Top off your healing. So see, we got a small head. We're never gonna like fully proc Headhunter with this build, but at least it takes a hard first punch on the next enemy. There we go. There's another headshot kill, right? So we use it a lot. So yeah, 1.8 million right there. So it still helps, huh? We're gonna get hit hard here. Surrounded all sides. Yeah. Damn. Yeah, we might try that. Go in all regen, just take it so that you can heal through the pain, huh? Let's see if we can do that. Because we just got too much armor on kill, too much after the fact, right? And it's working, but I really want to get rid of the shield altogether. Like it needed only in case of emergencies. It'd be awesome. And man, they're swarming on me with this pistol. Now, part of it's me, like I'm just used to using my really strong pistols. And those pistols, the enemy doesn't have a chance to swarm on you because you keep picking them off. You know what I mean? Even whether it's the Liberty, the Regulus, they just one shot and they're dead. One shot. Fastest time to kill in the game. Pistols, right? Snipers too. But the pistols, you can do it from such close ranges. It's really nice. Which is why I like those punch drunk builds, or those sucker punch builds, because you're using a sniper that hits at 1,000,000. And you're driving it in at close range, at point blank, basically, you know? Yeah. It's annoying. Okay, getting out of here. See if I have enough regen pieces here. Can you believe it's already Thursday and that it's already September? Like what? So there's a few ways you can go. We could go Foundry too, right? So there's Foundry. The downside of Foundry is it's all defense. So if you piece it together from scratch, it could be a little better. Because then you can add crits and stuff like that. So like one piece of Bellstone, for example. There we go. So one piece of Bellstone. And then actually I have these Murakami knee pads I've been trying to work in. I just got them the other day. It's got headshot damage on it. So let's roll that. And then want that. You could go improvise too. I don't know if we need any more armor on kill, right? So we can go damage. Go damage instead. Walker. Then we're gonna want that punch drunk. We'd want it to have regen if I could, but I don't have that. So that's a big bummer actually. So maybe we don't do that punch drunk. Like in order to get these to be as strong as we want it to be, we want armor regen on every single piece. Yeah, totally. Armor kills a waste if you have full health. Exactly. You got to play into it, right? Some of that can be adjusted with playstyle. You got to go aggressive. Get out there. Take some damage. Push yourself. Blah, blah, blah. All that good stuff. We could go spotter, right? And run the Night Watcher mask. Be kind of annoying to have to hit that thing all the time, but I do get annoyed by that. So there we go. There's an intimidate chest piece. Just trying to work with what I have in my bag at the moment. But that intimidate chest piece had another Bellstone. There's a Cheska. We need more chest talents. That's what they need to be focusing on for us. You know? There's a Gruppo. Good setup. I'm gonna look at my chest talents real quick. It's gotta be something else. We're just running the same 3 chest talents all the time because there's nothing else, right? It's like we hardly run Intimidate anymore. So Gunslinger is basically overlooked all the time, but we run Obliterate if we can, which we can't. And then Headhunter if we can. You can't always. So it ends up being just like Glass Cannon most of the time, right? Jesus. And then Focus if you can, but we can't. So we like have nothing. Got Protected Reload, so we could play into bonus armor that way. But I want damage on my chest, damn it. Headhunter efficient, blah, blah. No, 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 no. No, no, no. Intimidate's like the only option. It's not gonna be up. I mean, Headhunter was working a little bit, but we're not strong enough to chain kill, so you know that's its real value. But we could run Spotter if we roll into the Night Watcher mask. And at least we're getting that. But then we got to remember to hit that pulse all the time, which is really annoying. I mean, the Protected Reload might not be horrible on this. Because we're playing out of cover. We're going to get bonus armor on kill. To get bonus armor, we're reloading a lot. I mean, I'd rather have a damage talent, but you know, we could run spotter if we get rid of that mask. Let's try that. Let's try that. It's a little outside the box. I've used it on shotgun builds, actually, on the Super 90 build, and I really liked it on the Super 90. So let me see which chest would I put it on here. Like this Walker chest wouldn't be bad, so that could be one. Then we got armor on kill. I mean, damage to armor. But I thought I saw another one that might have worked. Like, thought I saw Bellstone. It might have been in my other one. On my stash. I'll bring it just in case. Yeah, so we can run to spotters, but then I gotta go get my Night Watcher mask, and I don't know if I like the idea enough to switch characters. So there's the Intimidate. We could try that one. Oh, there it is. Yeah, so Bellstone. So we got 30% armor on kill if we can kill him with the headshot, 20% if we don't. So damage to armor here. I mean, if we put on the contractors, I do have, I think, contractors with armor on them. There we go. Let's try running those. Then let's try putting the Bellstone on her chest. So the downside is we take up a lot of crit slots, so multiplicative damage is going to be the trick into picking some of that back up. So you can see we're at 36. And then we're going to change that to crit chance 2. Okay, I think we're good. Gonna put that to armor, so we'll run with 3 cores. Get that regen going up good enough. Gloves, good. Chest, we need... I can try protective reload. That's kind of crazy, but I'm gonna start there. Bonus armor on front, almost bonus armor on back. See if we can get our crits up high enough though. All right. Oops. No, don't do that. Stats. 5469. All right. Okay. So 1 Walker, 1 DNH, 1 Petrov. Yeah, so we got everything that we need. I mean, it could be smarter to make this Walker a crit, you know, piece, but I don't know if I have it. Let's see. Like a Cheska or a Grupo. I could do that. Improvised also. Yeah, it's probably gonna be better. Let me just go improvise here, and then I'll go to make that armor regen, and then we'll put on a crit chance mod probably. I might not have the crit chance mod, so we might have to go crit damage there. Oh, we're gonna have to get rid of this piece. We can't run headshot damage. What am I thinking? So we'll go double regen here. That's gonna hurt our crits even further. Go down a rabbit hole here, people. So we're gonna end up having to take out that regen. So that's, damn it. Problem with crits, man. They take up too much slots. And then your values are so worthless because you got basically. Let's see if I got. Oops, I need to go to my stash. For some reason I'm low on crit chance mods. I don't know how that happened. I must have transferred things out. Got mods on them. So it's a crit damage mod. I need a crit chance mod. Crit damage mod. Headshot damage. Crit damage. I don't have. Where's all my crit chance mods? There's one. There we go. Okay. $54.81. All right, we could technically add one more, but I'm not going to go right around for that crit chance mod. So, cool. So, where's our regen at? So, we're at 50,000. And then we're going to get another 45,000 basically. So, yeah, we're about 6.5% regen there. Not counting the pistol and all that other shit. So then 30% armor on kill, or you could translate all of that into regen if you want to. So yeah, this should be nice. Let's go give it a whirl, right? Yeah, two-piece golem's not a bad idea either. Two-piece golem not a bad idea either. It's just that we won't get the crits. I mean, we're barely getting the crits, and then obliterate doesn't work with the pistol really well. But if you're willing to switch to the shotgun, I'm just not willing to do that right now because I'm rolling all into the pistol. So pistol is a primary, and so. But if you're willing to switch to the shotgun and you know build up your stacks for obliterate, then that's great too, right? But yeah, we can get more regen with the golem, but then I'd lose the D and H, or I'd lose contractor's gloves, and I might be okay with that. Or I lose a crit chance off of this piece. So, and we're barely there on crits. So crits are kind of hurting the build. Like I gotta say, like if we rolled all in the headshot and literally just went for headshots, does it become an amazing build? And since. And, you know, it's not as strong as some of these others, but remember how well the Eclipse build worked? And the Eclipse build had just weapon damage with that, the card, right? It was weapon damage and headshot damage. So we might be better off with just, like, I think the crits actually can pull away from these builds because it takes so much to get your crit chance up. And if you don't have your crit chance up, then... you know, not a lot of value in your crit damage, right? So, okay, headshot, if we're going to headshots anyways, because we get massively rewarded with that, we get 22, we get an extra 10% armor on kill when we land that headshot, right? Kill. And I really am trying to get the headshot kill. I'm shooting, I even on the crits, when I hit that body, I'm not feeling rewarded about it, you know? God damn, they're just moving annoying. Like, so I'm hitting that body and I'm like, oh, I get a little bit of damage on those body shots. Yeah, even on the max crit build, it's just not an exciting amount of damage. And so I gotta go for that head. We're close enough to, that's what we should be shooting anyways, right? Now, one thing I do like about this is that we don't lose that distance buff, you know, from, they just stole my fucking kill. And what I mean is, like, Hunter's Fury makes you stay inside 50 meters, which we want to do anyways, but... I don't remember what chest we're running. I think we're running protective reload, and let's see if that happens. So we got a little bit of bonus armor or not. Did it even work? We were taking damage while it happened, so. Reloading? Yeah, it's not enough. It's like, it saved us from one bullet, right? You see that? It gave us like 4 bars. I just killed myself. Yeah, so that chest is gonna be a waste. So back here, we gotta change that chest. Yeah, buddy boy Roy, I have 4 characters. I waited a while to get my 4th one just because I wasn't looking forward to building them, but I need the most important thing about having multiple characters is that your stash space is the most valuable asset in the game. More valuable than exotic components, more valuable than e-credits. You're still, because you cannot buy more stash space. And eventually it gets full off of one character, really easily it gets full, and then you're not able to hold anything, right? Like you even if you get a new exotic, you're gonna start deleting. We already do that here. We delete amazing gear to make room for something else. That sucks, you know. So yeah, that's my main reason. But also for resources, it became another thing. Ended up being a thing. So for what people realized is with the new system, expertise system, that you need massive amounts of resources. So for every time I level up with one character, I level up my other 3 characters that I'm not even playing at the moment. And that's valuable too for credit wise. So then you can start purchasing. What you do is you go into your watch, and then every time I level up this character, all characters get an extra scavenging point that you can claim that reward and buy resources. And so that's really important, because I spend them daily. So for crafting, for upgrading, for optimizing, right? All that stuff. So I do have golem pieces like this one. So let's try pulling in 2 golems to peek this out. I like that idea. That's a good idea. And then let me see if I got the holster here. And then what I'm going to do is actually, I'm thinking about removing my crits. There's another one. Perfect. Because we just not adding much value for me here. So I'm going to, and I noticed that with the card, it's got a higher base weapon damage, granted, but the card felt great with no crits. I was like, wow, it was amazing, right? So I'm going to try to pull that off here. If I got all the right pieces. So we still need that bellstone. So let me see if I can find that bellstone without the we're always going for the head anyway, so those body shots aren't getting mean much, but if we're welling on the head the whole time anyways, we should be all right. Glass cannon is awfully tempting. We would suffer if we did, but love me some glass cannon. So I know I have golem everywhere. They just might all be on my other character. See if I have golem in here. No, I don't. So let's see if I got it up here. The catharsis too would be good, huh? So there's a bellstone, so we could take that bellstone, and then we'll run that D&H chest. Let's try that. So there's 2 golem that brought another 1% armor regen. We got armor regen down here. Then we put armor regen on every piece on top of that. So, and then we're gonna want that D&H chest piece here. Might be stuck with that talent though, which is not the worst. Kill him with the head anyways. Oh, it's actually not stuck with that talent. We could also put protection from elites, but I'm gonna roll more headshot damage. Do need the damage. So we're missing one. We are missing one armor regen stat, and that'd be on the chest. Which is actually a lot to miss, believe it or not. So you do want that. It's a lot to miss. One of these is worth 5,000 armor regen per second. That's not a little bit. Yeah, it really is worth it, buddy boy Roy. You really should. And this strategy has changed, where we used to not get our secondary characters until we absolutely needed it. But it's gotten to the point where we're now recommending people, at least I am, like day one, you create your new character and then go out and create your secondary character as soon as you get to level 40 and start getting those extra credits from the beginning. Even if your watch is not 1,000, you're just doubling up on the scavenging points, and you need those. And you need the stash space anyways. So we got 4 armor cores, which might be too hard. It might make it painful, but so we're at 1.5 million armor. You know what I mean? I might make it painful to for a time to kill, but I don't have a choice with the setup right now unless I go to other characters. And even then, I'm not sure. But that buffs our armor regen to 64,000 before our backpack. Our backpack's gonna give us 3% of 1.5, so that's for another 45,000. So that's basically 110,000 before our armor kill. And then for headshot damage, we are now at 180%, so that should be good. We can go higher, so let's fix that. So yeah, I'll take that. Might want accuracy instead of 3% headshot damage. That might be more valuable. 3% headshot damage, like who cares? But I will take that 10 there. Cool. Cool, let's check now. 200%. So that might hit really hard. I'm gonna go ahead and keep a headhunter now for now, but we might pull that off. Oops. We got more headshot damage actually. Wait, did I have the right bellstone chest? I don't remember. Let me look again. Because if we did have the right bellstone chest, I do have a kind of a crappy bellstone chest that I might be able to force to work here. That one. That one's got intimidate. This one's got crit damage, so we'd lose their headshot damage. We could try that one. It might be the same thing. We lose the headshot damage there, but we'd get the punch drunk and it would level out. So we need the punch drunk to have armor regen. And I don't have, that's the one I don't have, believe it or not. Now I gotta go fucking farm it. Thanks guys. Thanks a lot. It's your fucking fault. I know it. But intimidate could work too, actually. So, okay, but I'm gonna try that D&H. I think that's good enough. So we got the weapon handling there. We're down 1 armor regen slot, right? But I could at least change this talent if it doesn't work. Otherwise, everything else is in good shape. If you wanted this build to be perfect, you would want the D&H chest, the D&H mask with armor regen, and then the golden bellstone combo to be on your chest. But this is fine. I think we're gonna like this one better, actually. Yeah, so what are we pushing? Over 100,000 regen here? 61 plus 45, something like that. 65 plus 45, so about 110,000 regen. And then I guess if you translate preservation into regen, then that's another 4% on kill. And then you got your 10% armor on kill coming off of the specialization. So what was our regen again? Just to look. We'll look again when we're at full backpacks, but we're at 65 before the memento.
Also, control point nearby.
Yeah, so be at 110 with the memento, and then you have your 30% armor on kill on top of that, if you look at it that way. Okay. Let's see if this is better. Now the downside is we got tankier. We're running 1.5, so that's good. That might be a bummer. But we might not mind because again we are going for nothing but headshots anyways. Even with the crits, I was doing nothing but headshots. So all right, let's get ourselves some trophies. Look at that shit, huh? Nice bonus armor. Just fucking, I feel the survivability though. See how many turrets are shooting at us? Our shield's stronger too, right? 1.3 on the head from the last kill. One point two. All right, let's see some healing power. Big spike, right? You see that? Look at that. Woo! Look at that healing power. One kill, and wham! It went up. Got her. Oh, I thought that was a headshot kill. Oh, fuck him still, dude. There we go, headshot kill. We're going for headshots. We might as well get the headshot kill. I was just saying, like, I wasn't impressed by the body shots. Even with the Hunter's Fury, I wasn't feeling any value from hitting from the body. So it was just like, so I kept going for the head anyways. But the heads, of course, lead to more misses, right? But we're playing in a range where we shouldn't be missing so much. But the reason why you're missing is because you're doing a little bit more trigger spamming, right? Spamming. Because you got a larger mag and a faster RPM. Which is why I like the more powerful weapons, because they do ask you to focus a little bit more and land those headshots, right? But I think this is the better build. I can tell right away. Armor regen on the side. Armor regen on the side. I'm talking about the headshots. Headshots over crits on pistol builds seem to make a lot more sense. Unless you absolutely cannot land a headshot for the life of you. Look at that regen. Look at that. That's beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. That's with an unperfect build too. Our chest piece is not perfect. 1.2. Just a little kicker to Headhunter. I'm not sure it's the best for the build because it's only working on that one shot. Where something else might give us more permanent damage. Spotter might be the better way to go. That's if we run Night Watcher, then at least we're getting 20% amp. That might be the best way to go, but we're gonna lose something there, right? Because we're gonna have to run Heal Guard, which isn't bad on an armor regen build, because more armor is more regen, so something, but Fuck you, that accuracy, that whatever is fucking the pain. So there's another headshot kill, so that's good. That turret up there's a bitch. 1.3. So it's not a bad thing because it does transfer over to that next target, but it's just not there enough. That's equivalent to 2 shots, basically. You're saving a bullet every now and again, which is just not that valuable, right? We could also do protection from elites. That would allow us to go shieldless more on these guys, right? If we feel like we have our headshot damage at a good place, because we're over 200%. God damn it, get out of my shield. And that just really refills our armor nicely, doesn't it? We're almost dead. Fuck yeah, you are. Oh, I gotta stop letting them fucking punch me. If your shield holds one value, it's that. Keep them from fucking punching you. Ah, they're so good at it though. Big J Edwards has joined us. What up, Big J? Yeah, good call about True Patriot. That could actually be a nice little setup for this, huh? True Patriot. The only thing about the gear sets, of course, just like the Hunter's Fury is. I mean, we could do the Hunter's Fury with all headshots too. Downside about Hunter's Fury again is that too much armor on kill. And I say that about the Mop too, which is why I don't run a lot of Mop Hunter's Fury builds. He's doing the walk of death. Remember that sideways walk? Gotta square up on these guys. God, these guys can't kill a single NPC. Yeah, so we would want to, on this build, we would want to get rid of... They stole my kill. The chest talent, but everything else is working nicely. I think Spotter might be our best option, and that would make the build quite unique. A Spotter pistol build, huh? Pop that shield, boy. God damn. See, like I'm stuck and shit? Fucking shields, clunky as shit. Get off me, fuck. He's too fucking close, you know? I'm trying to back up. He's just like, jumps right in. Doing the walk of death. Like I'm shooting her in the head and she still comes forward. That should be bullshit. You know what I mean? That's the annoying part, you know. You don't want to get too close because then they get really aggressive and start hitting you, and then you have to pop your shield, and then it becomes really annoying, right? There's a balance. Sometimes what you could do is you get a. It's actually you could play into that mechanic because when they miss, they're losing survivability because they're stuck in an animation. I play into that sometimes. Yeah, so imagine having the chest talent, right? Which we don't have right now. We're basically, all of the chest talent is doing with this build is saving you from one bullet, you know? But we got such a large mag, it's not helpful.
Don't know how much more damage I can
God damn. But I could say we consistently have that, which tells me the headshot thing is paying off. Another 1.3. So it's a good way to track how many kills you're getting with headshots. So that's a good sign, right? See, our chest talent isn't helping here at all, right? Nothing. No benefit. We want to fix that. I like everything else, though. I like everything else. Did I not just pick that up? Oh, it's a different one. Yeah, so that's a cool build. I like it. More in balance. More in balance. It's headed there. Questions: could you drop a skill tier? I mean, an armor core. Maybe, maybe not. I mean, you want the armor there. All I gotta say is that if we had a chest talent that was doing more damage, we would have been killing everybody in half the time. So I'm thinking like, if we run that perfect spotter Night Watcher thing, the Night Watcher thing, we're gonna lose some. Oh, look, we still had crits. We didn't even change that. I forgot. Shit. But still did good. Still did good. Yeah, so I think we gotta move some things around. Let's go to another character. That was great. Yeah, you could use this on a deflector build. Good point. By the way, Lawrence, good job for saying that. You could totally use this with a deflector build. It would be nice if you're willing to lose a skill tier, right? But you get 30% a kill with the deflector. Maybe that's a good little option too. Let's finish this one out, and then we might want to look at that. That's a great idea. I think somebody mentioned that earlier too. Wasn't thinking about it. Yeah, I have a hard time with obliterate and weapons under 400 RPM, 450, even 500. Shit. You know what I mean? I tested it like, is that it? Like I tested it on, what was it? The Merciless. I tested it with the USC 45, which is really fast also. And it just couldn't stack. I couldn't get it to those to stack a striker either. But yeah, I have a problem. Yeah, maybe it's the headshot body shot thing. I just can't play into the body. Like I don't even use, you know, the Liberty. It was so long before I used the Liberty. Like I was not a fan of the Liberty for so long because of the, you know, just the talent. You get all the perks from the body and all that shit. And I just like, oh, I can't play that. I just can't play into the body that much, you know. And that was the only reason. But then I realized after a while, and actually I think it was mostly the deflector build, that I realized actually, you know what? If you use the Liberty as a headshot gun and just forget about its body talent, this body stacking thing, it becomes actually an amazing weapon, right? Like it's really good for headshot builds, isn't it? So I should have some Golans here we need to look at too. I'll bring over that Golan even though we're not. The knees are pretty locked in if we're gonna do a regen build, right? But I should have some other Golans that might work. If you run 3-piece Hela Guard, you get the armor regen too at the cost of health though. But, you know, hard to make that make sense. So I'm looking at alternatives, chests and backpacks, and I mean all those other pieces too. So I got lots of Golan. Had more, but you know how it goes. You have to delete that shit again. So if you're running a team build, the Vanguard could be a nice one too. It only helps you a little bit, but it sure does help your team, doesn't it? All right. Yeah, they do love stacks, don't they? It's their way of fucking, it's a good point, Grumpy. They love stacks. It's their way of like balancing out the world or something. I mean, God forbid we become strong with anything, right? Like Jesus. I have a feeling they're gonna come after that memento. To be honest with you. What do you guys think? I think somewhere down the field, they're gonna come after it. And why would they do that to Striker? Why would they change anything about Striker? So weird to do that.
Agent requesting backup.
Just really wasn't overpowered. I mean, there's so many people that don't use it. I mean, look at all those guys that do the raids that are saying they're running the meta build. They don't even run that Striker one. And it puts out the highest assault rifle damage in the game. So maybe it's just not a lot of people know about it. Maybe that's why not everybody's running it. So we can run that one. There it is, armor regen, perfect. So unfortunately we're gonna lose some damage. There's a headshot damage there one, so I'll take that one too. There might have been one too many I pulled over. Move some of these pieces back. Okay, so let's see. Do we have more chest pieces to play with? So regen. There's a Golan with crits. I'll bring it just in case. We need a headshot one. With focus, unfortunately, no. So we got to bring in that chest talent. So we need something. There's an intimidate versions, but nope. Belsum with obliterate. Just don't have the chest. Like I have 1,000 chest pieces, I swear, you know? And I still don't have the varieties that I'm looking for. It's because I have to delete them. So we need a focused chest, right? We need one that's, and I don't want to run Uzina Getica. It'll take away too much. I mean, it's not the worst thing because again, it does give us more. So that one would work with perfect spotter. So we got one in there, one Uzina. So it gives us more armor, 5% more armor, but again, we rather have 1% armor regen, right? And we're gonna lose. It's gonna break everything. But that's all I see. All right, well, we'll go with what we got. And what I'll end up doing is rebalancing the build a little bit. Like, in the Night Watcher, we is the only way to do this because we're not going to have the skill haste otherwise, and we can't run a technician. Yeah, Hectic, this is we read the notes earlier about the PTS that comes out this Friday. I can drop you the link, but we had already reviewed them, so you'd have to scrub back in the stream. We've moved on. Actually, I'll drop the notes here in a second. The link. As soon as it hurries up and does its thing. Not a lot of great news in the notes, but here they come. Not all bad. Some controversial for sure. So you know that Picara's holster? I gotta say this. Here's an example of it. What they just did actually takes away build diversity, right? Because of their nerf. So it's now gonna have a 20% weapon damage perfect core attribute, right? And roll normally 2 random attributes. So in what case would you take out your perfect 20% weapon damage and re-roll it for a skill tier? Why would you do that? You know? Okay, so we need the Night Watcher. I'll go ahead and take one with the armor regen first, because I think we're gonna lose that from our chest. And then actually, I can keep the chest here. We lose the Bellstone. You see that though? And so Bellstone would actually be smarter to run than the Murakami's, because it picks up the armor regen and puts it into the brand set, opening up the bottom 2. So, or you could get rid of your 2 Golans and replace it with 1 Bellstone. You see that? That would be smarter. So it's going to rebalance our whole build this way. So let's do that. That's what ends up happening. See that? I knew that about that mask. That mask is going to rearrange everything. Stupid mask. Okay, so we'll want the. You don't have to run it perfect, but my point. You'll see here why that I'm going to in a second. So headshot damage. So my point is that because of this, you now have, well, Golan is the best piece for armor regen. It's better than the Murakami's, right? Because the Murakami's has an armor regen down below where you could have headshot damage and armor regen. And then we got skill duration, which we don't need. So you're better off putting a Bellstone piece. Moreover, The Golan is costing you 2 pieces to get that 1% armor regen. 10% is going to status effects, which we don't need. So if we put our Golan here, I mean our what you would call it, our Bellstone here instead, then that's frees up a space, right? Boom. And so, and then we're keeping the Murakamis and the Bellstone, which each only cost us 1 gear slot piece in order to get 1% armor regen. So it is more efficient to run this combo than to run Golan, which is taking twice as much. Now what happens is then, well, what do we do with Golan? I mean, what do we do with this extra slot, right? Well, you know, if we run, it is a good question. It's a really good question. So a couple of things. One is we move the DNH down, right? We move the DNH down and we pick up more damage by running Perfect Spotter. So I could run regular Spotter on that same DNH, but we're better off moving the DNH down to our holster here, like that, and then putting armor regen there. And then we'll balance out the armor. We can keep it, we're at 1.6 right now, but that's because we got more armor from these pieces. So let's go ahead and put armor regen back on this, and let's see if we pan out the 65,000. That's what the last build has. So we might be close to that, even though we lost armor regen. Maybe less, maybe more. We'll see here in a second. And then the holster. So if we can keep this at close to 65,000, it's a win. All right. So let's check. 56,000. So we lose 10,000 armor regen off of that. A little less. We lose 8,000 actually. So, but that's a lot. That's a lot. You gotta say, we're running the same amount of armor. We had 4 cores on that last build. So, but we might have picked up a lot more damage in the exchange, right? So let's get out there and do that. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna put on our scanner pulse instead. This guy. Skill haste, right? We do effect duration, I guess that'd be helpful. And then radius. There we go. Cool. And then we'll go ahead and put a headshot damage on everything for now, but if we're strong enough, we could start moving things over like protection from elites. So let's see where we are here. Pistol 195. So we lost a little bit of headshot damage, but we gained spotter. So in the end, we will be around probably around the same though, because we're gonna pick up a little bit more from the 3% coming off the backpack. So we're gonna be about 100,000, give or take, right? Regen, that is. But with the armor on kill, you know, missing, we're probably not gonna miss that. More important is making sure we kill faster. Agreed? Agreed.
Hostile control point identified.
Oh great, more of these guys coming from the back. Hate when they do that. Ooh. No, they're only reds, but I can feel it. I can feel that little perk. So pulse time up is good. And we're gonna get the, it's gonna get buffed from the memento too, right? So. Fucking riot foam guys, man. They can kiss my ass. You know what I mean? I get sick of those riot foam dudes. It's just so extreme. I mean, they throw shit out like at us like that and nerf our gear. You know, come on. You see that delay in him taking that pulse? Oh, look at that bonus armor, yeah. That's what we want to see. Where that? And so I really want to move more and more away from the shield. So that's where protection from elites can come into play, you know, especially in heroic. But damn, we really have to run all the way over here?
This is it. Don't know how much more damage I can take.
One of the things that really limits these pistols, I gotta say, is the fact that it's stuck with the specialization. Imagine if you could run this pistol with firewall, right? And get that additional damage to enemies sitting in front of you. God damn, she gets that off, doesn't she?
You bastard! Damn, I thought I finished you, Agent. Stay with the floor.
So we do lose a decoy, remember that too. Oh, these fucking guys again, huh? The riot foam twins? What's with that? God, I just get sick of that field. The fire is worse though. Like they buffed the fire and they didn't tell anybody about it. I know that's what happened. It's like, fuck you guys for not telling anybody that you buffed the fire. You didn't used to get as dizzy for the fire, and they made it so that you're really dizzy from it for like a half hour. You ever notice that? I mean, I've been playing this game for a long time. I know I can feel those secret buffs to the enemies that they make. I can feel them. I know that they happen, and they'll deny it flat out to your face. You ask them. I don't think the devs, well, Yannick, I don't think he's always aware of the changes that are really happening. I think the devs make changes and he's not actually aware of them. You know what I mean? Because it's like, there's no way they didn't nerf that. I mean, they didn't buff that, and they never mentioned it. They never mentioned that the grenade fires from the, or fire now makes you dizzier than fucking ever. I've been playing this game for years. I never used to get that dizzy for more than a split second, right? And so there's possible things that they've done, and it could be unintentional. So it could be a bug, right? And these are the bugs that exist and that nobody's reporting to the devs, right? It's a possible bug, and the bug might be that it was a PvP nerf to status effects or to something, a PvP application, you know, and it leaked over to PvE, and now we're all taking that, you know. I don't know what they call it, but it's there. You've all noticed it. It's happened since the beginning, or around the same time where they nerfed the shields. That's when I noticed it. When around the same time we nerfed the shields, we're all of a sudden getting dizzy off of fire. And maybe we always got a little bit dizzy from fire, but I never remember it being as bad as it is now. You know? This guy's always the worst, isn't he?
Vital signs critical.
Buffalo Soldier, you got it wrong, man. You're the wrong channel. You're saying the wrong things, brother. You must not know who I am, apparently. Because you missed the whole talk, man. You're like an hour late. But we talked about that. I don't cover the PvP live. And that's what I was saying. I was like, oh, that's the only feedback that people were giving it, that holster needed to be nerfed, and I don't think it did. I don't think it needed to be nerfed at all. So I think maybe you're jumping to some conclusions. But, you know, I'm not usually a big fan of nerfs of anything, really. And I do think some stuff did make sense, and I get why the devs do it, like, you know, the Heartbreaker stuff, and that lefty shotgun was obviously out in left field. I get that, but you missed the whole talk where we were talking about everybody that's covering the Division 2 PTS Live was saying that, oh, the shotgun needs to be nerfed, but nobody gave the feedback about how bad the talent is. The talent is fucking horrible. Nobody throwing grenades in the Division 2 is absolutely horrible. The only people that do it are PvP players, and PvE is, you know, players do not throw grenades as part of their regular routine because they rarely land, and you spend more time trying to get that grenade placement than you do actually applying any damage, and that can get you killed. You need to clear enemies off the table that are, you know, with your weapon or your skill, whatever you're gonna use, and your grenades just do a bad job. You know, but instead of that feedback, people were like, yeah, let's just nerf the shotguns too strong, whatever. But like, no. First address the talent. The talent is fucking horrible. It's a horrible talent. Nobody mentioned that at all. Nobody ever talked about it. They just talked about it, you know, how strong the shotgun is, and it's probably gonna get nerfed, and it needs to be nerfed. It's too strong, and sure. But nobody ever talked about the fucking talent. Now we're stuck with this fucking talent, this horrible talent. We have to throw a grenade. And I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna try to use it. You're gonna try to use it. We're all gonna try to use it. And we're probably just gonna abandon it in the end, because we all know there's nothing worse than trying to throw a fucking grenade into Division 2. Top things I hate about the Division 2, throwing a grenade. Top things I hate about the Division 2, I always get hit by grenades that have homing devices that follow me around corners. You know what I mean? Don't you think that's like really annoying that nobody fucking mentioned that? Does anybody remember anybody mentioning about the talent and how horrible it was? You know what I mean? It sucks. I hope somebody brings it up this PTE phase because, and it's going to be too late. The reality is you guys, I'm sure, are all aware of the PTS stuff. It's just like when we get to this phase, like there are sometimes some minor tweaks from here, but they're pretty baked in at this stage. A lot of the stuff, and I don't know this for a fact, so this is speculation, but they're working on a lot of stuff even before they get to, even before PTS phase 1 is done. You know what I mean? They have their own feedback on these guys and their fucking riot foam. I gotta get away from these riot foam guys. They're annoying me. Let's go get this guy over here thinking about putting up a turret in a really bad spot that nails me from... Oh, you already did it. Yeah, but so I think that the devs are already making their round 2 changes when halfway through round 1, you know, and that's why I'm saying, like, I'm surprised if I don't think they have the staff to really digest all the feedback that they get, you know? They get a lot of junk feedback, that's just part of it, right? You know, they get a lot of junk feedback that's not relevant. And they get a lot of valid feedback, but I don't think, you know, they have the capacity to really collate through that. So I think they create outcomes based on limited amounts of information, you know. And that's what 16.1 will be, right? So I think that the feedback, some of that feedback isn't really put into play until the second phase after it goes live, which is the partial patch. You know, 15.1 or whatever, 16.1 and all that shit. I'm just speculating. I don't know that for a fact, but there's just no way, you know what I mean? That they could have gathered. I mean, they don't have the resources to do anything. God damn, that guy's running away. Accidentally hit that. Pulse too early when they're already flagged and be annoying. This is kind of cool though. It is working a little bit. I would really like that. Some of our slots back though. We lost because of the mask. So in some of the earlier builds, we were hitting like almost 1.1 million. So we do need to see what we're doing now. Now we are running 1.5 million armor, so might not be a fair comparison, but we're close. I like how that turret back there is welling on me from like no angle whatsoever. World. No angle land. There was no angle.
Enemies too close.
Try to get these guys that are running away. See how hard are we gonna hit her at? 667, 8 something with there. 650 something. So I think the last build we were definitely in the 700s. Did we put on too much armor? Is that what just happened? It's these things too. This, yeah, we lost double damage here, right? To balance that out, what we might want to do is,
Detected.
God, there's not much we can do. We'd have to get rid of our Murakamis.
Detected.
That sucks. And run the second Uzina. You see what I'm saying? Run the second Uzina, pick up 10% armor on kill, lose 1% armor regen in exchange. The balance out our build for, and then get some of the slots back that we lost, right? I guess I could focus smart too. I'm just kind of 792. Not bad, but we were hitting in the millions, and then we were hitting the 700s on the regular. But I think the last build we were like, I remember seeing 1.1 million 35. I mean, that wasn't bad though, right there. Wasn't bad. 800 on the head isn't horrible for a multi-shot weapon, but I'm in a larger mag and a high RPM, but. God damn it. I gotta jump down there. But the rogues sure are good at fucking landing their grenades, aren't they? Why can't we be as good as the rogues? They got unlimited grenades too, I'm pretty sure. No cooldowns, multiple skills. Yeah, the duration's long enough. It's not the duration because what ends up happening is haste one isn't the worst thing, but we just can't afford it because we need to be hitting in the millions. You know what I mean? Like at least close to a million. We don't have to hit like 1,000,001 or whatever, but we need to get close to a million peak, and we're basically at like 800 or something. So we need to find a couple 100,000 in damage. I think, you know. I think like if you really want to feel good about running this build and not just throwing on Emmeline's guard, you know what I mean? So these pieces, it sucks having to run these pieces. So I mean, we can get rid of perfect Uzina and run like a walker and try to get more damage out of the perfect. I mean, if I had an or dropping an armor core, get rid of some regen. So this one's got skill duration. I don't think that duration works for this skill because that says effect duration. I'm not 100% sure, but it might be considered more like a. This one's not considered a status effect, which is weird, but it might require that type of. I don't know. If it's not considered a status effect, duration should last longer. But either way, it's not a problem. Maybe it's not a problem because of that holster too. But I do need more damage in the end. And so we'd have to lose an armor core. I have, we can take off that armor core right there. Let's look at our regen real quick. 105,000 armor regen, 106,000 armor regen. So that's good. So our regen's nice, but we were killing well. We survived. We didn't go down once. I'm not saying that, you know, it's not there, but it just didn't have the wow factor behind it, you know? That's what we need. We need that to make it worth it, you know, to run a pistol. And that's the thing about some of these pistols. They're so easy. Like, see, the thing about the TDI card, there's no other weapon that gives you a skill tier. So that one's an easy to justify weapon, right? The D50 is the strongest weapon, so easy to justify there. And then these are really unique. So this is unique too, but the fact that there's a weapon out there that you can run called the Emmeline's Guard that also plays close and personal. So that's the thing. This plays close and personal, you know? So one of the things we're trying to prove out, I guess, is like my first objective. So follow me here is, can this pistol ever be better than just a secondary weapon? Now, as a secondary weapon, oh yeah, for sure. Why not run this pistol? Absolutely, why not, right? Like you get in trouble, maybe you're running a tsunami build, you get in trouble, switch over to this pistol, get 20% armor on kill real quick, you know, sit in cover for 5 seconds. I mean, shit, that might just be better than Umbra Initiative for regen, right? Or combine it from with Umbra Initiative. Holy shit. Combine that with Umbra Initiative, by the way. Think about that. You know, when you go back into cover and to do your regenning, you know, whip out your pistol because it's not going to benefit from the RPMs anyways. Get even faster regen real quick. You know what I mean? Boom. One kill and it's like, wow, you know? Or, you know, you get your kill on your way to cover, right? With this pistol. And then this is going to kind of boost it on the upfront side. So this plays for it as a secondary. No doubt. But can it ever be better than a secondary weapon? And if it can, its direct competition is going to be the Emmeline's Guard. They both play inside 15 meters. And the Emmeline's Guard got 50 rounds, right? So, and you can put damage to targets out of cover. You could double, you know, you get an extra attribute slot. You know, there's lots of reasons Emmeline's Guard is going to be tough. So, is better is that, but this one, though, the biggest downside I can say is that it's locked in to Gunner. It's locked in. You know what I mean? Like, it's just locked in. And so what Emmeline's Guard value is that you can run it with anything. We could run, because I got to say this pistol, and they're trying to fix that, and I think that's one of the fixes this would take would be if they unmarry this with the specialization, then you can run it with Firewall. If we ran this with Firewall and get additional damage to targets in front of us, that would pair up really nicely with this build that we have now, you know. But something's got to give here, and it's going to now be my Murakami knee pads. However, I can pick up an Uzina knee pad and maybe pull that off. Or I could do this, you know, run that headshot damage there, lose at the cost of a little bit of regen. But the Uzina knee pads or holster, whatever way you want to move things around, right? This is stuck. This is stuck. And then this, we're not getting anything out of total armor, but if we run a second piece, we'll at least get armor on kill. So we could replace this with armor regen and headshot damage and 10% armor on kill. And we lose our armor regen, which is sort of the same. We lose a little bit of upfront healing, which is nice to have. But the downside about armor regen is that we all know is that it relies on heavier amounts of armor than anything else does. Like repair skills, you don't need any armor for repair skills to be great. You need none. And what about armor on kill? Not really. I mean, a little bit more armor is better for armor on kill, right? So that it's like kind of worth a damn. But you don't have to, it's not reliant on any certain amount of armor. Now, armor regen is, right? Because it's a percentage of what your armor is. So it's the most reliant on armor is maybe a better way to say that. I know, Grumpy, I know. I might as well run foxes. We might be forced into foxes, you know what I mean? Fucking thing. And that's not a bad way to go, you know? But then again, the one thing you cannot say is, are we just better off with the Emmeline's Guard? And the Fox's Prayers doesn't fix that, doesn't help with that question, you know? Nothing might. We might be fucked. You know what I mean? We might be. So don't get me wrong. We might be. We're testing to the limit. So we're going to bring these things with us, but we might always end up with, Emmeline's Guard. Emmeline's Guard. Might as well use Emmeline's Guard. Might as well. We might just keep saying that to ourselves. You know. Wouldn't be the first time we'd lose out. Like I was testing the hell out of the Virginian. That was we didn't win there. I'm really trying to create a good build for the Virginian, you know. But Headhunter is such a strong talent that you might as well run Headhunter, and then the Virginian becomes useless. So I still haven't solved that puzzle. Not many people know it's a puzzle that needs to be solved either, right? So we could also run, if we get the power where we need, one of the big advantages, though, is that we could start turning to protection from elites, and that would be a big advantage. That would allow us to get rid of our shield, you know. So here we are here. So this brings 20% armor on kill. On top of that, regen. So we lose 1% regen, which ended up costing us about... We need to lower our armor. This piece doesn't allow me to do that. Actually, I could take it off the mask. So actually, I wanted to go down here. So 40,000 armor regen, and we're at 1.6. We're getting close to like, why are we even running regen, right? that's where we're going with this one, because of that fucking this combo here, screwing with us. But this piece would be better now than how we were running it before, because at least we're picking up a slot down here. So let's go ahead and do that. But all of that for 10% headshot damage, it's just not going to feel like a game changer. You know what I mean? Pick up more armor on kill, you know, it's not going to be a game changer. You know, so now we're at 40% armor on kill, you know? It's balanced. Things are more in balance between armor on kill and regen. So that's good. But we still need a better time to kill. So in order to do that, we have to pull from somewhere. Is it going to be the regen? Uzina Getica is a worthless set unless we run two pieces, I feel like. So I could run a headshot damage here. What's our headshot damage right now? 205. So we picked up 10% headshot damage. I could lose a little bit more regen. We could lose the Bellstones altogether. We get into dangerous territory of being a typical build, though. That's true about the bigger shield, except it wasn't lasting a ton. And I feel like with an SMG, you could just kill the enemy a little bit faster and run a better shield. Like striker shield, you know? Although those don't last forever. They're not that strong, I get that. So we might be better off here. You know, again, we'd lose the 1% armor regen, but we'd gain 8% damage to target and still maintain some regen. So where are we at now? 25,000 before the backpack. And so because we picked up the armor on kill, this might be better. And then I could actually move this. We could drop to 20,000. Not going to be huge, but I could put the headshot version of this mask. I got one with headshot damage already on it. That might be too many changes. Like that one, but I'll bring it with me. The catharsis could be interesting if we make a strong shield.
Agent requesting backup.
I don't know. Let's start there before I make any other changes. That brought things. So basically what we did is we rebalanced our damage to armor. I mean, our armor on kill with our armor regen. In exchange, we picked up a little bit damage to armor here and an extra headshot damage down here. And our armor's basically the same, so. Making it tough on us. Yeah, to do the Bellstone with Spotter, I just don't have it. I didn't have the chest pieces with a lot of variety. Okay. I'm also farming Eclipse, so this is not all in vain. I'm still working on that amazing Eclipse build the other day. That build is blowing my mind. It's a really good build. And so I want to perfect it. And in order to do that, I need some of these Eclipse pieces that already come with some good headshot damage on it. And I also need a D&H mask. And I don't think D&H is on the field today. We do got Bellstone up there. We could farm a little bit of that. I mean, one of the other downsides is like, you know, I don't see this ever. This build is so far. I mean, these pistols are so far from being like legendary, you know. Oh, not the rifle guys again. They're back. Oh, there's a turret over there. The bad spot. Fuck it, run. We're not gonna make it. Fucking die.
Agent incapacitated.
And that's one thing that's gonna limit these weapons altogether, right? They might only survive as secondary weapons.
In place.
And you know why? I mean, if you think about it, you know what might be the problem actually is that the devs didn't really provide any. It's not a new talent. They're basically just repeats of weapons that already exist. I mean, that's the problem, right? Isn't it? All of them so far. We got perfect spike, right? We got perfect preservation, and we got perfect optimist. Those all exist on regular weapons. So there's just not a lot of value in rolling them on your pistol. Because as you guys know, once you switch to those pistols, you got to stick to it. If you swap out of that perfect spike pistol after you proc it, you'll lose your buff. I'm really hating Riot from today more than any other day. How is she not pulse? I just threw my pulse out. So that's the downside of the pulse. It's more haste than anything you do need than duration, because you'll get new spawns. That's probably why she wasn't pulse. She was a new spawn.
Let's do this.
And they come out unpulsed, and now you're fighting them without your amplified damage.
Fucking rat.
God, how many punches to the face am I gonna get, huh?
Serious trauma detected. Heavily armored hostile detected.
Oh, big explosive dude.
Whoa. He's getting too close.
640 what right there. So we're climbing on our damage. Really? I didn't get that trophy. Really? God damn. See how dizzy I am? Like, that's horrible. Still dizzy. Still dizzy. Wow.
Get the hell out of here.
Secret buff to the NPCs. I know it's there. 748. 64. Oh, I thought you were dead. Please don't bring any more rifle, guys. Please no more rifle.
Hostiles detected.
Oh, it's the first guy they said that, didn't it? There's 2 turrets out there. How annoying is that?
You're not going anywhere.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
I mean, it is nice to know where the enemies are. That's a little bonus. Get out of my bubble, buddy. Good job flipping me around for your ally. You see that? They do good at that. Is this how the busy bee's gonna feel, you think? Except worse, because then you gotta remember not to kill the target. No, never focus fire on the target, so 1 for you. Oh wait, where's my other enemy? 1 for you. Oh, where's the other enemy? 1 for you.
Serious trauma detected.
I mean, I do like how fast our health goes back. That is a bonus. Look at that barrage of enemies back there, huh? Good job. They do a good job of flanking you, man. 801 right there. So we did pick up more damage so far, but I'm not seeing big values making it worth it. Jesus Christ. Took forever. This could be, yeah, this might be a good mate for the deflector, though. I am seeing that. Cause the reason why is because the deflector doesn't need a skill tier. And because you can get away with just running armor, right? And we just had that talk. What armor on kill does benefit from armor, right? It kind of makes it a little more valuable. On it makes it mean more, I guess, when you get that 20% armor on kill. And you go for the head anyways. It's a pistol build. It might be good. I normally run what did we run with it last time when we created that build? Were we running technician? I don't remember. But gunner, it'd be an interesting thing to run gunner. Yeah, I think I was running technician. I think probably more for the more for the skill damage than anything, you know. But I don't normally run the artificer hive. I think we ran like 3-piece empress, right, with that last one. Yeah, that could be an interesting build. Actually, we could run it with a foundry too, and the catharsis. That would make its build more interesting and more valuable and more unique. I think that's where it goes, because I'm not seeing any value. I mean, these builds are working. Don't get me wrong; they're definitely working. I mean, we're beating control points or whatever, but there's just not a lot of value in switching to this pistol. That's, you know, where you could run just basically the Emmeline's guard, just get to the point faster on everything, you know. Unless you like really hated SMGs, you know. But I'll take those 50 rounds. I'll take them off your hands. I probably got a sound delay, Xerxes. Let me try that. Give me a second. Yeah, that too is that it. Good point. Like, perfect preservation isn't a big enough bonus. It's basically 4%, right? 4% of your armor back, you know, over 5 seconds. It's not that much. It isn't. Yeah, so you don't even have to run perfect. It's more like if you're gonna run preservation anyways, you might as well go with perfect, of course, you know. But on a deflector build, it makes all sorts of sense because you need something to heal you back, right? And so, like, we could run 4 pieces of foundry right here. I mean, probably even run the catharsis, get rid of, I mean, because I've already run, the memento's a great backpack, but I've already run that. We could actually run something different and play into that. Like run a matador like this. My pieces are all spread out probably, I think, but like, there we go. Like 3 pieces China or Empress, excuse me. We might not need to, actually, I think I'd run foundry with this one. I've already did that build. So I'd have to recollect all my foundry pieces. They're all my other character, but I've already run the Empress one. So just to make it different, I'd probably run the catharsis with 4-piece foundry. Because when that deflector shield takes damage, it's gonna buff that catharsis, and that's also really unique. It's really unique because as you guys already know, is that we have a hard time running catharsis around here, right? It just doesn't do very well unless you're wearing a shield. If you run a shield, then it's like that catharsis is pretty cool. It's like really cool with the shield. And so I think that might be the build that we work on next. But I'm gonna take a little bit of a break, folks. Gotta take a break. We've been going at it since this AM. and try to publish those patch notes for those two that missed us reviewing it. So look forward to that. So let me get that video out real quick, and then I'll pop back on, and we'll try a Foundry Deflector, see if we can work on that. Cool, everybody. Thanks for kicking it with me. Appreciate y'all hanging.
Tuxedo out.